Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? And welcome to a Thursday evening for me, I suppose. The Thursday morning London Open stream. What is good, everybody? Hope you are doing fantastic. It is the last stream of the week before we get ready to relax and chill over here in the fivers before the weekend, and then back at it next week. So guys, if you haven't already, do smash that thumbs up, do subscribe to the channel if you are new here. Welcome to you guys, and more importantly, we have indeed got Richard Wells in. I'm seeing a couple of you commenting about Richard Wells coming in a little bit later on. Indeed he is. One of those comments did actually make me laugh as well. So while we wait for a very handsome gentleman in the background to get set up, I am going to go ahead and grab my screen up for you guys so you can see my screen, what I'm looking at. There we go. I've always got to adjust. There we go. Every time I got to adjust my camera. There we go. That's a bit better. Fantastic. So what is good, guys? How are we doing on this beautiful Thursday morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are watching from? GU and EU, but GU especially had one heck of a drop. Check that drop out. That is absolutely bonkers. Same goes on EU. Had a bit of a drop, but EU's looking a little bit nicer. We got our session lows just down here. So we got our Tokyo low and Tokyo high. So our pre-session lows, which I do like to take a quick gander at. However, we've also got the this liquidity low down here. We got some nice consolidation, which we have currently tapped into here, which is nice to see. But I'd kind of like to see a sweep of these lows just down here potentially. If we can, we can. If we don't, we don't. It's just, it's literally as simple as that. Not going to be hung up over it. I'm just going to trade what I see, not what I want to see. Same with GU if it wants to load for me. There we go. Same with GU. We're currently within this area here, but if I'm being honest, I don't really like the look of GU as much. Again, we've got pre-session low here, pre-session high just up here. This would be the area for me to break above if I wanted to change trend immediately. So right now I'd like to see consolidation, then a shift in trend. Otherwise, we got a long way up to go before I start considering buys. So right now we are in a very heavily bearish market. Potentially, could we come back up to this area before continuing a little bit lower, which also looks like it marries up quite nicely with my fib imbalance, which it does. So some nice potential areas for EU and GU to play out from. But we'll see how it goes. Time will tell. I don't know what news we got out today. Let me grab Forex Factory up. 9:30. That is an hour. Yes. Yeah, 4:30. So that'd be 5:30. Yeah. So we're in an hour's time. We have got unemployment claims for the. No, this is 9:30 local time, not 9:30 UK time. Okay, never mind. That's 1:30 UK time. We have got unemployment claims. I was going to say it's very early for US dollar news. Yes, so US dollar news, we have got red impact coming out at 9:30 Hong Kong time, which is 1:30 p.m. GMT or UK time. So that is out a little bit later on, but for now we got nothing over London, so hopefully we can have some nice moves, but we'll see. GU seems to be melting, meanwhile EU seems to be holding its position a little bit. Those who were with me, Victor, Rich and Samir yesterday, you would have seen us predicting out the markets and seeing what we can get out of the market. So far, it seems to be playing out to perfection. Absolute poetry on those buys, or on the idea of bullish momentum. So that was quite nice. Yeah, that's let's see how price can move over the course of the next couple of hours and over the course of today and tomorrow. But before we go any further, let's have a bit of a catch up with chat and see who is in this morning. Let's go. Joshua the fish. Let's go. Trade with Patel. Hi, how are you doing, my man? What is good? Ty Keith, good morning, guys. Yo, good morning to you. Good morning, Sam, the Sniper VWAP. Hi there. What is good, Sam? How you doing, man? MGN, what is going on, brother? What is going on? You're not even second this time. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're fifth. Only kidding, MGN. How are you doing, bro? Good to see you in this morning. We have got Henry in. Good evening, Henry, to the land down under. I don't know why I almost attempted an Australian accent there. I don't know what just happened. It was like intrusive. My intrusive thought almost came through. Good morning, everyone. Waiting for Euro USD long as it's reached the Asia lows. Now let's see if it shows any clear entries. Stash, really interesting that you're looking at that. So I'm looking at, like I said just now, I would like to see a sweep of these lows and then a break higher, something a little bit like this. If we can consolidate here for a little bit longer, that'd be really nice. But I don't know if we're going to get this. So as long as we can consolidate and slow up, this is the 5 minute. I don't want to go any lower than the 5 minute. I really don't know if I want to go as low as the 1 minute. So if we can consolidate, break and close higher, pull back into the consolidation, break and close one last time again. I say one last time before you look at the criteria potential. And then you have two potential entry zones. You have the higher risk entry zone down here, and then you have the little bit safer entry zone up here where confirmation of trend is almost validated there on the lower time frame being the 5 minutes. So Sash, really like that idea of potential buys on Euro USD. Yo, Jonatan, what's good, man?
Hey, man. All good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. Not too shabby at all. Just having a bit of a catch up with chat, saying good morning to everyone, and then you're gonna dive into some deep analysis.
All right, good stuff. Any trading going on?
Not yet. Yeah, not yet. I didn't trade Asia session. We've had a bit of a drop on the pound and the euro against the dollar, so we've had quite a bullish dollar at the moment. If I haven't actually checked the Dixie. Let's have a look. I was going to say, I imagine it's going to have a bit of bull momentum. We filled this gap, which we filled over Asia anyway, but we did fill this gap yesterday, I believe. Yeah, here. But it looks okay. We are starting to show bullish form, but we are slowly. I think we're just going to try and come back down and test all this. But we'll see how that goes. Euro looking really nice. Pound putting in lows and just continuing to put in lows. Not even interested in pound right now. Euro, man, I don't want to be trading the 1 minute. But if we can break and close above this, I don't know, we'll see. 1 minute could shape up quite nicely, but I don't want to be taking on the 1 minute. Maybe on the 5. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Thursday. We've got packed session ahead. Dude, yes, we have indeed. We have got a very busy schedule for each and every one of you who are watching, because there's going to be all sorts of fantastic hosts coming on today, as well as the performance coach for the Fibers. We have got Richard Wells coming in, who's going to expose everything from emotions to promotions in the market. So he's probably not going to be talking about promotions, but yeah, it just
probably not.
Felt like the word worked. No, he's going to be talking about all sorts of emotions in the markets, trying to help you gain a little bit of sense on direction on what's going on with your relationship to the markets.
Yeah, that's right.
Hello, Victor Mutari. How are you doing? James, good morning, James. How is we? I'll be looking forward to Richard W. to hit our egos. Absolutely, my man. Hey, that's the best way forward. We are in. Indeed, Victor, we are in. Sam, hi, William. Hello, my man. How you doing, Sam? We need a gold analysis today. Absolutely not a problem. I will definitely get on the gold analysis for you. Mr. Joe Som saying, good morning, guys. Yo, what is good? Cavell saying, good morning. How are you doing? Veronica saying, Veronica Ruiz, I feel like I've said that wrong. Hi, how are you doing? And everyone else. Guys, I'm not going to go through absolutely everyone because there's a lot of you coming in this morning. So, guys, just want to say a big hello and welcome. Good morning to each and every single one of you coming through. If I haven't read your comment out, doesn't mean I haven't seen it. But I'm going to end up saying good morning 101,000 times today, or at least 79. What's good, Jonatan? How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Going through the markets. I'm here to see we do have some interesting things happening. We have potential changes going on. We have I have some alerts on the Dixie that we have that's back in a bearish regime again after shifting to neutral yesterday. So I'm just going to look at the Dixie, kind of get myself updated on that. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we're still within this overall, seeing overall a weakness here. So the trend remains to the downside for now on the Dixie. So no changes there really. We have let's see, I got NCD CHF changing to neutral. Let's look at the weekly here. Yeah, so I mean NCD CHF is one of those pairs that is just extremely bullish and has been since forever, you know. So it's but we are starting to see some signs here. So if I add that clarity edge regime index, I don't have that on the chart right now. Did I add it? I think I added it yesterday. Let's see. Is it this one? Yeah. Okay, let's add that one. So going there, so we see that it has started to shift towards a more neutral stance here. So what I'm looking at for NCDCHF is actually not anything today. We have a long way until we see a shift here. But I do have some interesting pairs that XAUUSD, for example, is it looks very bullish. We are obviously in a bullish regime here. We're in a uptrend. Local price structure here, I think, is not confusing, but it gives some conflicting ideas here. But I also think it's important to, I mean, when we're looking at the daily, it's easy to look at this, right? And then look at these candles and kind of just focus on the fact that, okay, we're in a range here. But I'd like to zoom out and just look at like this whole move right here, ever since the beginning of last year, and just see that, okay, are we in an uptrend or are we in a downtrend? So instead of just focusing on the last 6 or 7 days, the last week, or even the last month or two, I want to look at the overall structure, like where are we in the cycle. And I do feel like we're in a bullish cycle, a bullish regime, but we are getting close to the top of that cycle. I think one of the reasons why we're coming into such a strong resistance area is because this level right here, where we formed a double top in 2021, and like we broke down here in the end of, or summer of 2021, that W structure obviously formed a very, very strong horizontal level. And you can see that it's very clear that when price came back up and started testing this level. And this is on the weekly, remember, so it's a very high time frame. So we hit that level multiple times, and we broke out on what looks to be a strong breakout on the daily. So on the daily, we sort of have a break and retest here. But on the weekly, we have a what looks like a, yeah, I think this is like a graveyard doji, doji with a very big wick to the upside on the weekly, and then we have a fairly strong bearish weekly candle right here. So to me, it still looks like sellers haven't given up on EURUSD. We're still keeping EURUSD below this level, but we have a gap here between that level and this level. This space between here is just space. It's just air, right? It's a vacuum. You can say it's kind of like a vacuum in price structure. So once price starts moving into this region, I would expect EURUSD to head up here. So the question is then where do we enter, when or why or how do we enter? And I would argue that buying down here for EURUSD is still buying an uptrend, and the risk to reward is phenomenal. I think this is going to be a long hold, probably several months, but still, I would probably go in with this with maybe 2 to 5%, which would be with 2%. That would be a 10% win. And it's just like with AUD and CD trade. I mean, I went in with this one with above 2%. So I think this one, the win on this was like 15%, I think. And that's just one trade. And I have, like this year, I have a win rate of 20%, but I'm up 20%. So, and it's all because of this trade and this trade and USD/JPY, this one right here. That's the only 2 winning trades I have this year, and I'm up 20%. So it doesn't have to be complicated, right? It doesn't have to be complicated. You look for levels, you try to, and it's the same thing on the lower time frames as well. It's just, instead of having 2 winners, you might have 50 winners this year. But the principle is the same, right? You look for the good entries, and then you just let it run. And if you manage to get a 5R win, chances are that you're going to make up for all the losses. Where were I? EURUSD. So this, I think EURUSD is interesting. We had a question on Euro AUD as well. Someone asked about Euro GBP. Let me take a look at that one. So this is actually quite interesting, because if we're applying the same logic as, we're looking for cyclical movements within the markets. Let me see what cycle we're in on this one. Yeah, so we're still in that's on the daily. We're still in the bullish regime, but I expect this to flip bearishly. What I see on Euro GBP here on the weekly, not perfect levels, but we're seeing just a high time frame resistance, high time frame support, and we are seeing something that kind of resembles a head and shoulders pattern, which means if we break this level to the downside, there's going to be that concept of price vacuum, right? It's an area on the chart where you don't really have any significant levels, maybe until you hit that level, which is still going to be a big move. We're talking about a move that's, one, is this pips? Yeah, so we're talking about from current prices, 200 pip move down here, and then maybe 300 to 400 pip move to the next level below. So fairly good distance. Let's see if I have any levels on here. Any drawings? No. But that's what I'm looking at on EuroGBP. I think this one is resistance. And if price can stay below this resistance, the more time goes on, I view this as a change of structure. We have an up move, and it looks like this. Something like that. And if this is resistance, I'm then looking for a move back down. And if we view this as a head and shoulders pattern, there's actually a pretty interesting way where you can also trade a failed head and shoulders. So if this is the right shoulder, and again, price action patterns, they're never perfect. You might be watching this and say like, well, that can't be the left shoulder because it has hit that level twice and this level has been hit 3 or 4 times, but it doesn't really matter. It's just a structure of higher highs and then higher lows with a neckline. It's just that rounded top that we're looking for. So the way you trade a failed head and shoulders is simply by going long on the break above the right shoulder. Then stops should preferably be below the low of this move, but you can probably have it, because this is on a daily, you can probably have it somewhere around here. And then the measured move applies to the upside as well. So if this is going to be the neckline of the head and shoulders, you simply take that to the upside as well. So the trade becomes this. The thing with failed patterns is once a pattern fails, it tends to move quite quickly in the opposite direction, because when a pattern like the head and shoulders is forming, a lot of people are looking to follow that new trend that might be forming, but then if it fails, a lot of people will be trapped in those positions, and then that will accelerate the move in the other direction. Okay, so that's Euro GBP. I'm going to move up that to the second list. So the way I have this structured, my watch list, is I have one section above where I have all my open trades, which right now I have an open trade on gold. And then the second section is markets that are looking interesting to, like, the next available opportunity, basically. And then the third list is just markets where I'm seeing something, but I'm not really sure why. But it might, something might come up in the future. AUD/NZD, looking for a pullback on this. So just want to see a pullback here, and I'll go long again. And I'm looking to take this up to the 1.2023 or so. USD/JPY, not really sure what to do with this one. It's a little bit messy. I can remove the drawings later. EuroCAD, another one where I feel like we're at a level where historically we shouldn't be trading in this area. So I think, if we break below this level, I'd be looking for a I think like a multi-month or even a year-long bear market that I want to be following on EuroCAD. GBP CAD, same thing here. You can see that we've been in a strong uptrend ever since 2022. We're in a range right now, and the break below that range would signal the start of a potential new bear market that I want to be following. So right now, GBP CAD for me, no trade, but preferably want to see that breakdown for a new move. Euro AUD, very interesting market right here, hitting a level where I feel we should have a bounce. Obviously, we're not seeing that right now, but I would love to see some. We're seeing bullish divergence on the RSI, right? On the daily RSI, we're seeing bullish divergence on support. So I'm just waiting for this bullish divergence to play out. We also have, I want to see OBV break to the upside. I want to see this bullish divergence play out with price confirming it, but it looks very, very good. And the risk to reward on this trade could be very good. If we have a break and retest of that level, we are looking at a risk to reward of perhaps somewhere around 3 to 4 on Euro 80 or wherever that's going to move. Will, I feel like I've been talking forever. Let me know if you have anything to share.
That's fair one. I was going to say, yeah, Euro AUD looks really nice to be bouncing from that level. Maybe maybe it can like move a little bit lower, but like as long as it stays above that low that you've drawn the box on, I believe that we could have some potential buying opportunity from there. But I'd like to see confirmation first.
Yeah, it's all about the trend, like the price trend at this stage. But yeah, like you said, if we can get that confirmation, and even on the daily, even on the 4 hour, the trend is very clearly bearish. We had some signs on Monday that we were potentially forming, this type of pattern, and that would be the perfect confirmation for this. But I would even say, if we start moving like this, I'd probably buy this as well, because we then most likely enter some type of accumulation phase here. And I'm not that big into macro analysis, but I do know that there's a big rate differential between the Australian central bank and the Fed and the European Central Bank as well, with inflation coming in higher than expected in Australia, which means they probably, or is it lower than expected? I don't know, but there's a big rate differential. But I don't really care about that. It doesn't really matter. But once that flips, and that's the thing.
Take any consideration into fundamentals, or are you just 120% technical?
No, I mean, so fundamental analysis is astrology for men. That's how I see it. Price never lies. If price is in a downtrend, the macro is bearish. If price is in an uptrend, the macro is bullish. Why would you need to do a lot of different research on different markets and understand the macro and fundamentals? It's like, yeah, you can do that. You can spend hours and hours and hours in researching all the economics and everything, or you can just pull up a price chart, and I can tell you that right now the euro is weaker than the Australian dollar. You don't need to be you don't need a PhD in economics or understand how central banks work or whatever to understand that the euro right now is weaker than the Australian dollar. And when this downtrend shifts to a bullish trend, you will then know that we're now starting to see signs that the euro is strengthening against the Australian dollar. Therefore, you should buy euro and sell AUD. Now, I do believe that it's all about what you feel is fun and what aligns with your personality. If you're the type of person that really likes to study and likes to do research and likes to read up on all of these whatever's happening, right? Then by all means do that. But I feel like it's just for me it's a waste of time. It's interesting though to know. But I spent the last 12 months really trying to understand how I can fit fundamental analysis into my technical analysis. And all I've seen is that all the fundamental analysis I've done, all the macro analysis I've done is just very lagging, right? And it requires it requires a lot of time, and you really need.
I was going to say, well, do you not believe that fundamental is like the pre-move analysis, or do you believe that all fundamentals that's been released has already been traded in?
Well, everything that is known is already priced in, right? I can take an example. I remember all of this year and most of last year, both me, Dirk, and LJ, we talked about, so in the summer of 2025, right here, we talked about how USD JPY, according to fundamentals, should be trading closer to 130. Okay. And we said, oh, when is it going to drop? When is it going to drop? It should be trading down here. But eventually, what happened? It went up almost 2,000 pips while we were waiting because the fundamentals were signaling that USD JPY should be lower. It should be lower, right? It's almost like we're talking right now. The AI is a bubble. It should burst. Yeah, but it can burst in 10 years, right?
Yeah.
Just follow price. So fundamental analysts, they were talking about how USD JPY should be trading lower, but price is telling us something else. And I believe that all available information is already priced in. All public available information in the markets are already priced in by the market in price. Therefore, it's completely unnecessary to do any type of fundamental analysis. In my view, that's from my perspective and my philosophy in trading. Fundamental analysis is astrology for men. Now, I was hoping that LJ were going to come in here and
you know what?
give
Well,
us
yes. What is this gibberish, Jonathan?
I would love to have heard his reaction to this. Now, okay, so in all fairness, in all fundamental analysis, the macro analyst defense, you can trade using fundamental analysis, no question about it. But do I believe that fundamental analysis will give you a better edge than technical analysis? Not really. I really do think that technical analysis is superior. But if you find a system where you combine fundamental analysis and technical analysis, then that's kind of like the holy grail in trading, right? You have, but the reason why I'm not focusing on fundamental analysis is because I'm looking to integrate my work as a technical analyst into a framework where someone else is doing the fundamental analysis, because I focus on my thing, and then the fundamental analyst can focus on their things, and then the solution there would be to find ideas where both the macro and the micro, and the micro in this case being technical analysis, aligns, right? So you could have something like this idea in USD JPY where we talked about how USD JPY should be trading lower, but price is not agreeing with that. Now, if price would be breaking down here and price and fundamentals would agree with each other, that's where you can increase risk substantially, right? Because you now have conviction on both the macro and the micro, and that's where you can really bet more on those setups. So yeah, no, for me, there's two things here, right? Technical analysis that helps you answer the when and how, while fundamental analysis answers the why. So you could look at fundamental analysis as So you have the cause and effect, right? Fundamental analysis researching the cause of a move, while technical analysis looks at the effect of the cause. So there's no question about it. Fundamentals drive the market, right? Fundamentals drive the market. So if you understand fundamentals, you understand what drives the market and why the market moves. But price is, because of the fact that price moves on fundamentals, if you follow price, you will have the same results as following the fundamentals. That makes sense? This is an interesting question. How can you swing trade Forex without knowing basic fundamentals, though? Well, if you've listened to anything I've said here, it's all about price. How can you trade the 1 minute without having any basic fundamentals thought? Well, you just follow price. So how can you swing trade without any basic fundamental knowledge? Well, you follow price.
It goes into the whole idea that price is fractal. You know, everything that happens on the 1 minute will happen on the 4 hour, will happen on the 4 monthly. You know, it's a matter of trying to understand what price is doing.
This is also a good comment. I mean, price action is great, but if fundamentals don't agree, there's no edge. This is completely untrue. This is just simply not true. Like,
well, you gave the perfect example of that by saying you, Dirk, and LJ was expecting that drop in price when actually price rallied up 2,000 pips. You know, it's a complete contradiction.
But let's not focus too much on that specific occurrence because it's just one time, and fundamental analysis can be wrong, and charts can be wrong. But what I'm saying is, if fundamentals tell us that Euro USD is bullish and you buy Euro USD and then it breaks down and you're stopped out, are you going to say that the fundamentals are wrong? Right? So this is another question. Okay, would you long AUD NCD if you didn't know the AUD is hiking? Yeah, of course, because the reason why I went long on AUD NCD is because of this. Okay, it's because of this structure, not because of the rate hikes. It was because of the fact that we saw that AUD NCD is breaking above a multi-year rectangular pattern, a range, and once it breakouts like this, it signals that something is happening. That something is the rate differential between the Australian Central Bank and New Zealand Central Bank. Did I know that when entering? No, I knew that because LJ told me. Would I have entered this trade without LJ telling me? Of course, because price is showing me that something is happening and it's worth paying attention to it. It doesn't matter why it's happening. All I care about is the fact that it's actually happening. And now that it's happening, it's time to follow whatever is happening. The why, it doesn't really matter. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Like you said, the fundamentals, or sorry, the technicals is where and when, and the fundamentals answers why. So where and when, that's why that's what you're doing. You're trying to find where you want to enter from, and you're trying to find out when you should be entering to optimize on when you're going to make money. Now, technically, I suppose if you wanted to be ignorant about it, you don't really need to know why. It's always good to, but the fundamentals will tell you exactly why the markets are moving in that way. Speaking about fundamentals as well, trading journey. I saw that you had asked us a couple of times. Don't worry, we were getting to the comments, so don't worry about spamming on. Are there any news like not the one from FX Factory, so Forex Factory, something like tariff or any other news that can affect the market recently? Yen stuff, yen stuff and all. So yes, there are other places. So if you go into Forex Factory, you can actually go to the top taskbar where you have a picture of a globe and then it says news. So you can go find out some of the more fundamental breakdowns there. Or what I like to use is called tradingeconomics.com. I know that LJ uses some other fundamental stuff, which I'm sure he can share with you. I don't know the names of them. However, I do like tradingeconomics.com. It gives you a bit of a breakdown on what everything's doing at this moment in time.
I feel like we can't change the subject here. We're on something here. I need to. This is a very good comment here. So, what if inflation in Australia went suddenly straight to the target? Would it continue holding? Well, I wouldn't know if inflation in Australia went suddenly to target. I wouldn't know that. I would see it in price though, because what would happen to this trend if that happens? Well, we would break the trend most likely. If this trend is based on the rate differential between Australia and New Zealand, then if that relationship breaks down, then what happens with the trend? It's going to break down. If the trend doesn't break down, I'll stay in the trend, and then whatever happens happens. But now, of course, I've actually exited this setup because of the fact that I hit my TP, but that was a mistake. I would want to have stayed in this. So the idea is to simply follow the trend and raise stop loss up with every new higher low. So stop loss number 1, stop loss number 2, stop loss number 3, stop loss number 4. If we move down here, stop loss number 5. If we move like this, I am stopped out. And maybe what happens up here then, right before stopping me out, is that inflation in Australia hits the targets. But why would I care about that? Like, what difference does it make? Because that's going to show up in price, isn't it? I mean, it's not like you're going to get a daily candle from here and down here, and then I'm going to have 200 pip slippage because of that. It obviously not. So why? I'm trying to understand, why would I care? Why would I care when price already gives me what I need to know? Okay. Jonatan, well, do you think Is it meant to say derivatives?
I think so.
Okay, so I'm just.
I think that's supposed to be derivatives. Do you
Well,
believe
I have no.
derivatives?
Well, I can only speculate on that because I'm not. I've never worked on a bank, and I have no idea really how they structure their services for their clients. You know, I have no idea. But of course, if I had to give my guess, my guess is of course they care about fundamentals. So first of all, you have to understand that uh, in financial news and in media, nobody cares about technicals. I mean, you're never going to see a technical analyst on Bloomberg's like showing lines and everything. It's all about macro. Like that's what people want to hear. That's what drives sentiment. That's what drives headlines and all of that. So when it comes to financial commentary and news and all of that, it's all about macro, and that's why you see on news and everything they're talking about the macro. They very rarely talk about the technicals, but it's because it's not really fun. But of course, banks would care about the fundamentals. Why not? You know, why wouldn't they?
Mhm. Yeah, no,
Right, okay,
absolutely.
we get LJ. This is interesting. Let's go. Let's go,
All
LJ.
right, let's go.
Okay,
Oh
so
god.
LJ, you're gonna defend fundamental analysis here, and I'm gonna defend technical analysis. Why do you think fundamental analysis is superior to technical analysis?
Okay, so first of all, like I said before, I think this is also being a bit too black and white because it's not superior or inferior per se. When you do fundamental macro, it's not like you just stop there, right? You then do the text, but fundamental macro leads into the defining technicals after the fact. So it's like text basically become like the next derivative layer after you have the first part of the equation, right? And then similarly on the exit, you have fundamental macro telling you whether say if there's a drop in the text, right now the text is looking nasty, but the fundamental macro picture is still solid, therefore you stay in the trade. If the fundamental macro picture is not looking solid, but the text is still strong, you could also see it as like a blow off top and get out before the drop, or vice versa. If it has started dropping and the fundamentals and macro are confirming that drop, you jump out.
But
So
I would argue.
it's kind of
Go ahead.
I feel like what you're saying is like you don't need it to participate in the market, which is fair. Kind of like I would use the analogy of like a say we'll take F1, right? If you're an F1 driver, you just need to know how to drive the car, right? Pedal on the gas, punch the brake, up and down gears, turn the wheel, right? You don't have to be like Adrian Newey and understand, chemistry with like fuel flow, air ratios, aerodynamics, physics, the whole engineering thing to actually build the car. But you wouldn't have F1 if you didn't have that, which is the fundamental basis and building blocks that allows the cars to actually race around the track. As a driver, you just have to drive it. They don't have to know all of that stuff, but they do have to know just a little bit, say like how, friction works with like the tires, right? If you ever watch F1, all they talk about is bloody tires because those are your single 4 points of contact on the road. And understand how G-force shifts when going into a corner. There's more load on the fronts. If you're steering into right corner, that front brake is going to have more. Learn to like lift and coast, get airflow into the brakes. So they do have to have like a little bit of understanding of sort of physics, chemistry type stuff, but they don't have to be full blown. And if they don't understand how to regulate brakes, tires, all that kind of stuff, you end up like Lance Stroll at the back of the pack or else in the wall, right? Max Verstappen is a key example who has a good understanding of the mechanics and fundamentals of like how the car actually works, operates, all that kind of stuff, how it feels, all of it, and can perform at the top level. Same with Hamilton, right?
But
yeah, you go.
Yeah, I'm not. I would say that everything you just described could just be described in a way where you have the difference between a hobby chartist and a professional technical analyst. It's kind of like, yeah, to drive to be able to be an F1 driver, you have to be able to drive an F1 car. And in technical analysis, that would just be, okay, identify higher highs and higher lows. Now you're a technical analyst, good luck, you know what I mean? But to be able to be a proper professional technical analyst, you need to understand what price momentum is, what volatility is, how it's calculated, how the indicator is calculated, the underlying foundation for the tools that technical analysts are using. That's kind of like how I see that. The way I see it is fundamental analysts need technical analysis, but technical analysis does not need fundamental analysis to be successful. Now, of course,
it does. Like, that's the derivation. Like, we wouldn't have markets if not, and you would never be able to produce alpha if not, right? The entire point of markets is to collate all possible information, right? Put that into price, and it's for the point of price discovery of a certain asset, right? So
yeah, I'm not
that is
saying
where,
need,
which is what you said before. You did say that is the derivation of where everything ultimately comes from. Now, the point of it then is, if you're wanting to generate alpha, you are going to have to be clued in onto that, because everyone can read text. You can back program all this stuff. Really nasty view if you actually go and put all text stuff into and back test all that algo stuff. You'll find it produces negative alpha. And part of that is because it's so widely available, right? Like, it is right there, which does make it easy as a individual to jump onto. And so long as you manage your cost basis correctly, like risk reward, and you're not taking every single thing under the sun, you're just taking the top tier, you can still generate a good return. Is it necessarily alpha though? It's much more higher beta. Once you add the fundamental macro, you get the beta plus alpha component. So that's the only thing.
Yeah, I mean, when I think what we need to also differentiate between different type of trading. You know, we're talking about are we talking about day trading, swing trading, investing? Are we talking about portfolio management? I mean, I'm gonna lie if I say that I don't apply any fundamental analysis or macro to my investing. I mean, that's 100% what I do. When I manage my portfolio, I only really care about, when it comes to technicals, I only really care about one thing, and that is what is the primary trend and what's driving that primary trend. So when it comes to technical analysis from a portfolio management point of view, it has more to do with things like market breadth in the S&P 500, looking at new 52-week highs versus new 52-week lows, and the market breadth between different sectors within the S&P 500. And really what that is just understanding the fundamentals using technical analysis, and then of course looking at, okay, what's the earnings from the Mag 7 stocks, and what is that telling us about the AI and everything like that.
Would you say AI is, from a technical standpoint, then, is AI, what do you do with it? Do you go long now? Is it overbought? Is it a bubble? What is it? Like, what is text going to tell you about NVIDIA or AI in general right now?
What techs are going to tell us that we're in a uptrend.
Probably tell you not to buy it, ultimately, because it's massively, on any technical outlook, massively overbought at this point. Right?
But overbought doesn't really mean overbought doesn't really mean
duration.
Anything unless to put into context of actual price. So if we look at NVIDIA, we can simply just look at NVIDIA and put on the daily 200 simple moving average. Is price above the 200 simple moving average? Yes. Is price printing higher highs and higher lows? Yes. Therefore, I would be long this market. Did it recently break above a range high? Yes. Is it strong? Yes. Are we in a range? Yes. When we break below the range lows and the daily 200 SMA, are there good signs of a bear market? Yes. So therefore, I exit the market. But so it's very simple. It's very simple for me to look at Nvidia and say that Nvidia is not like this. This to me, that's a bear market, right? That's a bear market, potential accumulation. This to me is a bull market, potential distribution. So if this truly is a distribution range, then we should break below the range lows. We should break below the daily 200 SMA, and we should be printing daily lower lows and lower highs. I don't really need technicals to tell me that that's bearish. I mean, if we see this happening, most likely we will already know that the technicals are the macro, the fundamental landscape is bearish. I mean, Nvidia is not going to break this low unless we have a something like a bad earnings report or something happening in the AI space or whatever, right? That tells us that the insane spending by AI, by Nvidia, like I don't know the details of that, but I will. You can see in the technicals, obviously, once we see signs of a bear market, right? Even here, we had the lower highs. That's potential signal of troubling. We had that lower lows. We broke that high. Okay, we're back in the bull market. But here, I mean, the safest thing to do here would probably be to just sell Nvidia here and then get back in the market when it broke out, right? Because we might have just seen this.
Yeah, so where would you get out on that sell? Because you've broken 200-day moving average, and then we hit sort of general support area. Then the price starts coming up. Are you gonna say it's not crossed the 200 yet, so therefore I stay in it? Or like where do you get out, right? Because otherwise you'd either be getting out at flat or but then you got to flip.
Yeah, so here we'll probably get out around this area, and then we'll probably get back in around this area.
So you would have, but okay, so it turned bearish there though, and on the first circle, so you would have gone short through there, right?
No, not short. I would have just gone out of the market here.
Okay, in terms of being long from prior.
Yeah, so now we're talking about, like, I'm not invested in Nvidia, but I'm invested in the overall, market sentiment and the risk on nature and the bullish market that we are in right now. And of course, Nvidia is a very good a tracker of the overall market right now, because Nvidia is like the leader. I think is the biggest in the S&P 500 as well. One of the most valuable company in the world, right? So whatever drives this market most likely had a lot of effect on the rest of the market. So I would probably look at this and when this happens on Nvidia, we'll probably have a similar situation happen on the S&P 500, right? So this would basically tell me, okay, it's time to reduce risk, it's time to get out of the market, and then this to me confirms that, okay, we're not entering a prolonged bear market, but by getting out here, I save myself from the potential of having a prolonged bear market. Same thing as if we break the range lows here and the daily 200 SMA, we might continue lower, or we might reclaim the range again. So for me, whatever happens with the fundamentals will be viewed in price. So as long as I follow the dominant trend, the primary trend in price, then I am also following the developments within fundamental analysis.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say though is basically the techs though are always going to be lagging by definition. You're waiting for the price you're seeing to confirm. Now, if you're doing that, you're missing out on all the alpha. You're essentially just trading beta, and you're waiting for the majority of the market, or at least the majority of flows, participants in the market controlling X amount of dollars, to have already shifted in that direction. So you're waiting for the majority of participants to have already shifted that way for you to then join. That's fine. That's going to create beta, but essentially you're just tied to beta. So if we talk about, your Sortino ratios or anything like that, applying the fundamental macro stuff is going to allow you to get in earlier and get out earlier as well. And
that would be my argument towards the whole thing. Is potentially being able to get in slightly earlier, because like when it comes to fundamental news, so I just sat here listening, man. Like I'm just trying to absorb what you guys are saying, and I still can't try and find that sort of who I would rather pick sides on, because I'm with Jonatan. I'm very much a technical analyst. I don't do fundamentals. I like to understand what's going on in the market. I like to make sure that I know why things are potentially doing what they're doing, but nonetheless, I could live without them. Like my parent, like my dad, especially very old school, reads the Financial Times, watches the news. He'll say to me, "William, you should be watching this. This will help you with work." I say to him, my literal response is, if I need to know it, I'll look at the charts and then I'll see it. So I'm very much on Jonatan's side with this one. But however, with the idea of the fact that fundamentals, especially when you go diving deep into the macro analytics behind it, potentially I can see why you'd say it's more alpha trading, not, and that's why I like the idea of hybrid and getting in earlier, potentially pre-move. And that's why I asked Jonatan on his thoughts on whether it's already priced in before the fundamental data hits what we're able to analyze on. So what we get our data releases on, for example, Forex Factory, TradingEconomics.com, other economical platforms that we have access to, unless potentially it's a paid subscription, maybe. I'm under the impression that potentially price is already priced in, or data is already priced in. That's part of one of the reasons why I'm not overly keen on diving deep into macro economics, and that's why I like the technicals.
Yeah, sure. So how you make money though is buying before everyone else buys, or selling before everyone else sells, right? So
not
fundamental
necessarily.
macro.
I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. Though. I'm talking about portfolio management or trading prop firms.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, trading in general, whether you're trading prop firms, personal money, portfolio management, anything, you need to buy at a price, and then you need other people to come in and buy after, right? So the fundamental macro gives you a slight edge on that timing factor, which means you can capture more throughout the market over time. That's going to improve your overall P&L. It's going to reduce your overall losses, and thus that equity curve looks much better. Now, you can get away with just trading techs and just, as Ophi was saying before, as like a retail trader, if you just want to make some money, that's fine. Right, and you will be able to make money. It's just to recognize it's beta, right? Much like buying the S&P or the Nasdaq or something. Say we take the S&P and people get their 11%. Everyone got 11%, right? Like you made money, but you didn't create alpha. Just like buying a house. Yes, your house went up 7% this year, but everyone's house went up 7%. If you bought a certain house and went up 30%. Now you're really making money. Otherwise, you're just attached to the overall market, just inflating by virtue of, the economy we live in, the basement of currency. So the point is, adding the fundamental macro stuff is basically just like the next level of like advancing and combining it all. Because fundamental macro is not in a vacuum, right? You still use the text. So to use the example of the dollar yen trade, how we're talking about it being down there. Yeah, sure. That would be if you purely viewed it in a fundamental macro basis on a valuation. Now, you'd also look at the other fundamental macro elements that, yes, Japanese bond rates, JGBs, are high. They've absolutely skyrocketed. The thing is, the actual interest rate for the Bank of Japan hasn't lifted. So until it fully lifts, it means that the carry trade is still in play, which everyone has been pre-positioning for them to actually lift rates, right? And then they haven't actually pulled the trigger yet. So therefore, people jump back into the carry trade. So just like we talked about the 2000 up, you also had the 2000 down, which you would have captured from that fundamental macro position. It's the only way you would have got in on that in the first place. Then once you're down at those bottom key levels, you can see that they haven't actually hiked up rates despite bond yields going astronomical, despite inflation starting to rise up. You have the Japanese election stuff going on. And just like we had Takaichi say last week, that she's asking the BOJ to hold off on lifting rates just yet because she has a bunch of political implementations she wants to put in at low rates and then eventually get rates higher. The objective of getting rates higher and eventually raising rates seems to be so that banks will be able to lend out, mainly for AI infrastructure and everything. They're only going to lend out these loans if they can make some money on it. So if the interest rates are at like 0, they're not going to do it. So with that dollar yen trade, you would not continue to short it under there once it fails. That's when you start looking at the text that's not coming through. You've got the specter of a potential rate rise, but it didn't happen. So therefore, you watch the text, you go back the other way, but you keep the other piece in the back of the mind. When it does happen, you slam that thing. So that's how, hence, you could have got both sides, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. But my argument is that whatever scenario, I mean, when we're talking about what we're talking about there is one specific scenario, and then if it doesn't play out, most likely that price trend would continue to the upside like it did. And depending on what scenario plays out, you'd see that in price, and that's my argument. Like, again, my stance on this. You know that I do believe that we should combine technicals and fundamentals, and you also know that that's how a portfolio management firm or advisor firm or whatever should drive its businesses. But my argument is that, then back to the conversation of alpha versus beta, and for those of you listening, beta is simply you following price, and then alpha is you making more profits than following price. Simple as that. So for example, you could but my argument is that also by simply using fairly simple technicals on the S&P 500, I do believe that it would be possible to extract some alpha out of that by getting out of the market in bear markets. And I'm not necessarily talking about alpha in terms of more absolute returns. I'm also talking about alpha in terms of same returns but significantly lower drawdown. So something like a better, maybe not a better Sharpe ratio, but a better Sortino ratio, right, where the downside risk is more or less eliminated. So on Nvidia, for example, let's say you exit here and you enter back up here. You would view that as, well, you missed out on this profit, but you also missed out on that drawdown. So if you do that every single time, it could potentially have a lower Sortino ratio. Now, it's very easy to backtest this, and to be fair, the backtesting shows, if we can take a simple backtest like buy whenever price breaks above the daily 200 SMA and sell when it breaks below, and the backtest result tells you that is not generating alpha, which is not surprising because it's just way too simple. But yeah, fundamentals and technicals should be aligned, but I haven't seen. I still to date haven't seen a situation where someone has told me, okay, based on fundamental analysis, this should happen, and then I simply just wait for price to confirm that, and then I enter that trade. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't go hand in hand. So, like I said at the beginning, I believe that price discounts everything and price confirms whatever is happening fundamentally. But the difference here, the key difference here is that, and this doesn't apply to most of the viewers, 99% of you watching here, doesn't apply to you. But what I'm saying is, if you get a setup where price confirms the fundamentals, you can increase risk. You can add more exposure to that market, because now you know that the fundamentals and price is agreeing. If on USD JPY as well, we've talked about this, and I said, okay, I'm not ready to put on risk here because the fundamentals are not agreeing. So I'll risk 1%. But if the fundamental were agreeing, this might be the trade of a lifetime. It might be risking 5%, and I might be making 50% that year on one trade. So
perfect example. So just like the odd NZD trade, you see the technicals, but you go back to the fundamental macro and see the interest rate differentials going completely the opposite way. You're like, oh, this is not just a good technical trade that I'm seeing breaking out. You go, this has legs on it. This has like fire underneath. It's going to absolutely rip. And then you can punch that thing, and
And
that's where
the
you
alpha
create
comes from.
massive return. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's where the alpha comes from, because what you do when you have a portfolio, you diversify different markets, different region, different parts of the world to make sure that you're not a victim to the risk of not being diversified. And then you also, of course, want to allocate the capital to different assets based on the volatility of the assets, etc. But what's very important is adjusting the risk per trade based on what's aligning and everything. And its fundamentals and technicals do align. If you're able to make a lot of money on one trade that completely blows all the other trades out of the water for that year, you will, on a portfolio basis, create alpha. So yeah, of course, there is a place where fundamentals and technicals align. But if you're trading with the fivers, you're trading on the 1 minute, and you're trading on a high stakes account, and you're taking 2 trades a day.
Yeah. I was going to say I've got another case for exactly what you're saying. So the other thing with fundamental macro, it's very difficult, which is also good because it means a lot of people get it wrong. The only way that you make money in the market and that the markets will ever exist is when people are wrong, right? You should be very happy that people are often wrong. That's how you actually make money. So the same way with fundamental macro, like a lot of people missed out on NVIDIA or the AI boom because they're looking at it and going, man, this seems ridiculous. Or like Palantir, because it's like 100 times earnings or whatever, even now, right? And you would have missed out on massive things. So also, though, on the other side, if you project far out enough and you've got enough mental acuity to actually think of that and not have sort of things holding you back, you can actually see where this is going. The same way that people right now are viewing AI as a bubble, and there's a lot of sort of older, what do you want to call them, just the old guard or boomer managers, fund managers, that kind of stuff, holding on to the old ways of valuating companies. And that's been the way it has been for a long time with tech. That's why they've eventually got massive. So a lot of them missed out because they didn't just look at the text, it's ripping, buy it. So same way with that, right now you can see most people aren't using AI. Most companies aren't using AI. They're not allowed to because of security, IP reasons, all that kind of stuff. They've basically got the equivalent of Microsoft Copilot, and they're not using any of these open online things like Claude and all that kind of stuff, right? So once that comes in, productivity will actually go up. Right now, it's not doing anything. So then when you look at the numbers, it looks like rubbish. It looks like all this free cash flow is just going in the bin and there's nothing being generated. But once everyone picks this up, it's going to absolutely explode. It's like all the tech companies back in 1995 were using email. Regular companies were not, right? And then all of a sudden by 2000, everyone had email, everyone had a website, and now it was all over the place. But these other guys were 5, 6, 7 years ahead, and they use it all the time, right? So it's kind of like that with AI. There's pockets where it seems like AI is almost saturated if you're in that space because it's everywhere. But to the normal common person, it's nothing. It's almost like crypto and Bitcoin back when we were hitting 8, 9K. And for crypto people, this was like insane. Like, dude, I don't know if we're going to go much further here. Like, this is ballistic. The person on the street hadn't even copped in. They were starting to cop in at about 8, 9K. It was basically after we broke 3, 5. Then we hit that 19K peak, and all of a sudden your grandma's talking about it. Right? Yeah. So similar deal with that. And the final piece. Oh, hang on. I don't think I'm showing it. It's pretty much this at the end of the day. It's that classic midwit meme, right? So invest here, right? It's the people doing some weird stuff in the middle. So this is kind of like fundamental macro and technicals. At the end of the day, yeah, you can get really hardcore, get really complex, all that stuff. But that's what I'm trying to say with fundamental macro done right. At the end of the day, it's just like, yeah, just invest, dude. Just trade it.
Yeah, and it's simple. It's also it's also very simple because when a lot of people are talking about so fundamental analysis, when you're getting into fundamental analysis, I think it's really difficult because it's very overwhelming. But it's exactly the same when you get into technical analysis. The reason why technical analysis is so much easier to learn is because you have hundreds of millions of different videos and courses and people teaching you technical analysis. But you have maybe a handful of communities in the world giving you proper macro education. Like, I'm not kidding. There's not a lot of good education in macro analysis out there, and that's because it's just not. It's very difficult to understand what you should focus on, and you have to go through a lot of research to find your niche and your focus. Like, for example, in technical analysis, I'm very much I'm a swing trader. I'm looking at price action. I'm looking at the cyclical trends. That's my expertise, right? And then in macro, you kind of have to find your own expertise as well. And there's just such a big universe of different things. But AUD is a very simple example of how you can combine extremely simple technical analysis where you look at this and simply say, okay, this is it's breaking above this level, it's retesting this level. What's happening with the macro? Well, we see that there's a rate differential between the Australian central bank and the New Zealand central bank, and that's it. You don't really have to go much further than that. Very simple. Trend is bullish. The macro confirms the trend. So as a Forex trader, what I focus on is, when it comes to fundamentals, if I focus on anything, it's going to be a central bank and government policy, and that's it. I don't really care about much else than that.
Yeah, I was going to say the easiest way to, if you just want to be completely lazy with fundamental and macro, and fundamental and macro are slightly different. Fundamental is sort of more the raw economic data. Macro is like projecting that out with a bunch of like geopolitics, governmental stuff, cross-border, global type situations, commodities, currency fluctuation, the whole bazooka. To put it absolutely basic, the most basic thing, and you'll still do really well, is just look at interest rate differentials and then the trajectory for whatever relative central bank. Are they more hawkish or dovish going forward? Typically, how you find out how they're hawkish or dovish, most of them have inflation as their core mandate. Some of them have inflation and the jobs market as their core mandate. Others just inflation, but obviously they keep an eye on jobs, right? But that's pretty much it. So inflation, jobs, gives hawkish or dovish tilt. For interest rates, look at the current interest rate differential. Done. So,
before you guys carry on, how's everybody doing?
Yo, what's going on?
Good, man. Good.
So, the reason why I'm hopping in is because we have a guest that's going to be joining us in a few minutes or so. A little bit different than normal. This guest wishes to remain anonymous, but I would love for you guys to just, interact with him a little bit. Yeah, so he's what a name. Anyway, his name is Goldie Blocks. So yeah.
Dude, I love this.
Yeah. So he's a really good trader. I know that Jonatan doesn't particularly like the ICT traders, but he's an ICT trader. He's really good.
Jonatan's off.
Anyway,
right.
so please help me and welcome Goldie Blocks.
All right, what's up, Goldie Blocks? How's it going?
Yo, Goldie Blocks, what's good, my man?
Hey guys, nice to meet you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you? Looking good today.
Thank you. I'm good. You don't like ICT traders?
Well, I'm not particularly fond of ICT traders. No, are you a typical ICT trader?
Well, I'm typical as in I make money from it.
Oh well, that's not really typical though. And we all know that. But it's interesting though. It's interesting. What type of ICT traders are you? What type of concepts are you using?
I just use the fair value gaps basically. But I live with a bunch of bears that keep trying to kind of ruin me. So
I love that fair value gaps. That's the break and retest concept, right? I love that. That's very.
Yeah,
that's a
great.
Yeah,
I guess you could call it that as well. Yeah.
What What are we looking at today then, Mr. ICT?
I look at gold. That's I
No
just trade
way,
gold.
really?
Yeah.
That
Just
He's
gold.
a
That's
gold
bit-
bug.
he's the gold.
He's gold bug, yeah.
Gold.
I-
Come on, Jonatan. Goldie blocks, innit?
All right, good
I
stuff,
only
man.
long gold. I only long gold. You know, these bears keep trying to get me, but I'm only long in gold.
All right. Well, we're only bulls here, so you're in good company.
That's good. So you're not trying to short gold.
No, definitely
No.
not. You should talk to Mike though. He's a notorious gold bear. Maybe Mike's around here. Mike, can you hear us? Nah. Okay, good. It's coast is clear for longs on gold.
Why would somebody try to short this?
Well, Mike is a bit behind, like mentally a bit behind, and he likes shorting the tops, try to short the tops on gold. He has blown many accounts though doing that, so I'm sure that we'll find better opportunities than Mike.
I don't know who Mike is. I mean, I've only been watching you guys for like a month or so, I didn't. When does he normally stream?
I guess
You
he's
know
your
what?
enemy.
Yeah, you know what? It really
He's the
doesn't
ops.
matter who Mike is.
Okay.
We can. So what are we looking at today then? In terms of gold here, are we?
I'm looking at
currently
all-time highs. All-time highs.
Nice.
Every day,
Yeah.
all-time highs. That's what I'm interested
Every
in.
day. Every
every
day.
day.
I like
Yeah.
that. I like that. Yeah, that's all I can think about as well. I wake up, I think gold, all-time high.
We got
Yeah,
we got like a $400-$500 pump today on gold. Is that what's
Yeah,
up?
you're welcome. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
welcome.
All right. Hang on, I'm going full margin. Just give me a sec. Go to enter. I must say, I think we actually are bullish on gold today, to be fair.
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know, ICT even, he said it himself. Just go long gold and everyone's fine.
I don't think ICT ever said that, did he?
He did on one of his private calls.
Oh yes, of course, that one. Yeah, I'm not invited into that one, unfortunately.
Did you get
Yeah,
banned?
he's not a fan of people who don't like him.
Yeah, you know what? And that's weird, isn't it? It's weird. But I do technical analysis, and he doesn't like that. He I don't know what he. That looks like a good setup right there.
Yeah, that's my trade. Look, Goldman said, was Goldman JP Morgan? They put their new target as 6,300. So, yeah, there we go. Just following them.
I
and
thought
ICT.
it was 6 flat. JP Morgan said that gold was going to. The JP Morgan actually did come up with an announcement. I'm pretty sure saying that they're anticipating gold to 6K.
6.3, and then they said 8K if we get extended retail participation.
Oh, was it?
Broader,
Okay.
yeah, broader.
I knew it
speculative.
was something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you see the report from Citibank though? The one that talked about how gold could be potentially reaching like 11, 12 if the ICT traders gets in on the momentum.
I feel as though you're kind of taking the mickey out of me a little bit here.
No, definitely not. I mean, I respect any type of traders, especially the technical analysis traders. So not at all. But it's
I mean, if I'm making money, then that's all that matters, right?
yes, of course, and I'm sure. Yeah, definitely. That's what it's all about, right?
What if we got a dip?
I mean, then these bears that keep coming after me, they might give me a few scratches here and there, but then I should be all right after that. Gotta feed them every now and again, right?
How did that scratch hurt? Was that like, were you in hospital for a couple of weeks?
But I think
it wasn't comfortable. Let's put it that way. It wasn't comfortable. But I didn't. I lived to trade another day. Let's put it that way.
Nice. You survived the car crash. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Fivers. Yeah. What's so funny? There's that guy who wears the mask, and I just thought, right, well, I don't want to really share my identity either. So I agree. I was speaking to Rich, and he said that I could join, right, and that I could join you guys, but I don't have to show my face or anything. So we came up with this name of like Goldie Blocks because I trade gold, right?
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, that's clever.
Beautiful.
Dude, I'll be honest, is the fact that the gold block actually like opens its mouth when Goldie Block speaks has me every time.
Thanks. I worked a long time on this.
I think I'm onto something.
You think? We're trying to speculate who you are. Well, we can't share, of course, because you want to stay anonymous.
I'm gonna go to your screen, Jonathan. I just got to jump up for a sec.
Yeah. All right. So we got gold here breaking out of a triangle formation here. Got the measured move at all-time highs. That's the trade I'm in currently on gold. We got a nice break and retest here on the 4-hour. Looks to be a fair value gap as well, isn't it, Goldie Blocks?
Yeah, absolutely.
Broke on that one, right
yeah, we took all those bears and their liquidity. I love drinking up their liquidity. So, yeah, I'm in a long right now on gold.
Yeah, that's right. It's the blood of the bears that fuels the gold rally, as they say.
Yeah, I was hoping to get in on the long on gold. I was kind of anticipating a bit of a wick pullback into that consolidation zone, but we didn't get it, so it's kind of gone without me. But oh well. Nice bullish momentum though. I am in on a GU long as well though.
I'm also wondering. So, dude, we need to get Astro in here as well, alongside Goldie Blocks. Just have the whole team in here.
That would be
Astro was in here.
I know where to go. Because I'm curious on Astro's opinion. Because apparently today, February. Oh wait, no, it was. Hang on, let me read the chart.
There he is.
Oh wait, no, he is genuinely here. Yeah,
he's actually here.
Oh no, it was Monday. It was Monday. Monday was in Mercury was in retrograde. I was just checking my astrological calendar.
Hey, we got Gold Block sharing the screen here.
Mercury, what? Mercury. How can you trade with Mercury? Is that a tradable asset?
Ask Astro. Yeah.
Okay, let's share Goldie Block's screen here. Looks like I would suspect the screen to be golden. Let's see.
Yeah, I like to look at the 1 minute to try and get an idea of what's going on.
Oh, beautiful! It's gold and everything.
But primarily, I'm on like the 4-hour.
Oh, that's a beautiful chart. I love that. Yeah. The contrast just makes my eyes just go, yes.
I like how it gets like brighter, like deeper as you go higher, because you're just looking for all-time highs, like just all the time.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that gradient is exactly why I like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can make it brighter if you like. I didn't realize you guys would like it. Something like that.
That's pretty good, but I think that's orange. Gold is a little bit more.
It looks like a Mediterranean sunset.
Yellow. Yeah, it's too McLaren. It's too papaya.
Yeah, it needs to be yellow. And then I'm thinking the colors. It's a little bit black and white.
That's
but I need to see the candles.
That's the price. The price is black and white. It's going up. All-time highs. Goldie Block's already said this, bro.
Yeah,
you want to pay attention? Jeez.
Goldie Blocks, are you always long gold?
Yeah, absolutely. Because these bears, I hate them, but Honestly, I'm just long. That's just my strategy. If you look at
You never-
if you look
you
at
never-
gold,
you never
look at
short-
gold the last year, I made an absolute fortune.
You never. Oh, okay. So you never shorted gold, have you? Never shorted gold.
No, hell no.
You're such a
Look
liar.
at it for the last like 12 months. I mean, who would short gold? It just doesn't make any sense.
I think you would. I think you've shorted this a few times actually.
Do you reckon?
How can you short something like that? That is pure bullish momentum everywhere. ICT said it himself in one of his calls. He said, if anyone who's trying to short gold is just a fool. Why is it so funny?
Oh. Right.
Holy heck!
What's so funny?
All right. Do you reckon we should start a petition then for the bull outside the New York Stock Exchange? Right.
Yeah.
It's currently bronze.
It
You're
should be
very
gold.
much gold.
It should be gold.
bull. Yeah, it should be
Yeah.
gold. Should we start a petition to make a new full gold bull outside the New York Stock Exchange? I think we could.
Yes.
It might get stolen because it's going to be very, very, very valuable.
Who's gonna steal it though? There's no like. Who's gonna steal it? Are you
Mate.
you gonna steal it?
It's gold. It's going to be pretty heavy.
There's only rich people around that place anyway, so that no one's gonna steal it. It's Wall Street,
Yeah,
isn't it?
They're all long gold anyway, so they got
Exactly.
plenty of money
Like
themselves.
they make so much money like
Yeah.
that. So I mean, yeah.
It'd be easy to crowdfund. Everyone worth over 10 mil. You just got to put in 2%.
Do we know any Chinese
Actual
people, because they have, like, the Chinese central bank, they have a lot of gold.
They do indeed.
True.
Yes.
They got a lot of gold.
Yeah.
I actually went on a run yesterday and I ran to a golden statue and back.
Really?
Wow.
Where
Can I
is that?
see it? Did you
Legit.
bring it back now?
Yeah, I just chucked it on my shoulder while on a run and just like came back.
Yeah.
You got to melt it down and turn it into a bull, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back there with a chisel and start hammer and chiseling it.
No. You should melt it down at the spot, like with a blowtorch.
Yeah. Oh man.
This is funny. This is good.
I don't understand why you guys are laughing. Is it because I'm an ICT trader?
Well, that
No, that's great.
I think mostly because of the fact that you're an ICT trader, but I'm not. I think we're mostly laughing at William.
What?
Yeah.
How's your accounts going, Goldie Blocks?
I'm up.
How's yesterday's
I've-
trades?
I'm up. I took some nice trades on the 5 minute yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll show
You
you.
want to show us? Yeah.
So
No shorts though, right?
no
No shorting gold. No.
No. So yeah, I caught this one at the bottom here. That one up. That move where it came back to retest.
Question here: is Goldie funded with fivers? Yeah, you've I've heard before coming on here that you were had caught a lot of funding as well. You scaled multiple times as well, right? Yeah.
Taking
It's
multiple
actually-
payouts. That's how Rich got hold of me to join the stream.
Right, of course. Of
Where
course.
you start? Are you trading high stakes or hypergrowth or big camp?
I've got all of them, to be honest.
You got all of them?
Yeah. I started with 5k high stakes, and I've just been using the profits to get more and more accounts.
Yeah.
So
So
you're
now
you're stacking accounts.
Yeah.
So you're up
Nice.
beyond like 100k now, right? With the high stakes. So you've got all the full top tier accounts, yeah.
No, I haven't got the 100k on high stakes, but I've got the 100k on bootcamp, and I've got because I'm still scaling on the high stakes, and I've got the 20k on hypergrowth.
Nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
We have the astronomical time traders saying that get a buy signal on EURUSD. So this is someone that usually comes into to the live stream here, giving us some signals. So usually what he does is he goes out at night, watches the sky, and then prepares for the live stream. And apparently EURUSD is a buy, according to the astronomical signs.
Euro USD a buy. I don't look at the Forex pairs, but I put them on my watch list so that I could talk to you guys about it. But I mean, I don't know. Looks like it's selling right now.
What do you think about currency pairs? Do you short them?
I don't touch them. Nah, I don't touch them.
I would have thought you'd go long euro dollar because the lower the dollar goes, the more gold potentially goes up. Like just as
I don't want to confuse myself with these fancy currencies. I'm only interested in gold. Gold is the standard. Gold is the standard to follow, right? Gold is where all the money's flowing into because everybody knows where the value is. So gold just makes more sense.
What do you think about your awkward younger brother, Silver? Where does he fit into the family, or has he been exiled?
He's too volatile. He's too like what's the word?
Too aggressive, isn't he?
Not aggressive. He doesn't really have very good conditions. He doesn't really have very good conditions, and he makes these weird moves, and like he's been trying to show me up for the past year. But I'm the one that truly makes the most sense.
So he's a bit too volatile. So you think he probably needs to see a therapist or something?
He needs to calm down. Yeah, he needs to calm down.
Okay. Yeah. Probably some professional help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. What do you think about Bitcoin as a potential competitor to your gold standard over here?
All I would say is gold has been the one thing that has value for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. And this Bitcoin stuff, it's nothing. It's a flash in the pan, just like every other thing that's come along trying to oust me from being number one.
What if ICT decides to start trading like some sort of like Bitcoin strat? Would you move over to Bitcoin?
I'm not sure I would. I'm pretty loyal to gold. If he wants to do that, that's his choice. But I don't think he's going to ditch gold for Bitcoin. If he wants to add Bitcoin, then that's his choice. But I'm only interested in gold.
If he did, would you call him a trader? He's
lost. Because each to their own. We're all here to make money, right? We're all here to make money. So if he wants to go to Bitcoin and add that to his portfolio, he knows what he's doing, right? He's a clever man, so he's obviously trying to reach out to more people. So if there's Bitcoin traders who can learn from his way of trading, then it makes sense.
Fair. Well, do you use strength scores with ICT fair value gaps?
What are strength scores?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to you because obviously you're just looking at gold.
Yeah,
I guess strength score would be comparing it to other markets.
Strength scores of I don't understand. Strength scores of what?
Strength scores is always max, right?
Yeah, I mean on gold it's just 100. It's just 100%, so it doesn't really matter. It never goes below 100.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of ICT though, what's your favorite ICT concept? You said the fair value gap.
Yeah, just keep it simple. Just follow the fair value gaps and look for the reactions on them.
So what if the algorithm just says one day that it decides that gold is not bullish anymore? Like, does that change anything
Why would the algorithm decide that? That doesn't make any sense. What, you mean like AI?
That's ICT, isn't it? That's
Yeah, but he wrote it. So if he wrote the algorithm, then
But what if he changed it then?
What if he just wakes up tomorrow and chooses violence? Like, I'm just gonna
What would you
rewrite
do?
the algorithm.
No, he's not going to do that. He's not going to. Why would he do that? That doesn't make any sense. He would tell those people that join his VIP,
Have you
calls
seen,
and everything. He'd tell us
the
that.
movie, Batman, Dark Knight, Joker, when he says, like, when he burns the pile of money and he says, some people just want to watch the world burn. What if he wakes up and he just becomes that person tomorrow?
What you think? The ICT isn't Donald Trump.
Are you sure, though? I mean, there's some similarities. We gotta admit it.
I'm sure Donald Trump is a big contributor to your gold rising there, shouldn't you be?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm really grateful to him. I love him. I think he's brilliant.
So he's watching money burn, but he's watching gold rise.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
So he kind of is like Jonatan was saying, because the money is burning, but gold is rising.
In that way, I guess you're right.
Okay, so would there be one scenario where you might flip your bias and go short on gold?
Would you?
Yeah. Yes. But is there like one scenario where you feel like you might want to go short on gold, or you want to flip?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I can't see any scenario like that playing out right now.
Yeah. No.
I mean, if do any of you guys think that gold is gonna sell off? I don't think so.
Well, apparently Henry says like if the wars end, it might sell off.
Nah, there's too many of those going on.
Henry,
That makes sense.
What about this? What about Astro saying there's no signal for gold today? What do you have to say to Astro? Because, dude, he's got the stars on his side. Like, he's literally got the universe, right? You think ICT is big? He's got the universe out there with him. How's that?
That's just for today. If you're gonna trade gold on the daily, then look at it right. The last few days, it's not a nice price action unless you know what you're doing. You can really lose a lot of money. But yeah, if you want to get like a big, huge trade, then then probably gold today may not move, but you've got to be in it to win it, right?
It's fair response.
This is good today. Trading advice, actually. It's very good. You got to be in it to win it. Yeah.
Yeah, Primal Light, dude. Primal Light is with you. Inflation will always make gold go up. So
yeah.
Would you be opposed to the idea of like putting up your whole house as collateral to maybe take a leverage long position on gold, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, why not? You'd make a fortune with that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So it's kind of like the Michael Saylor thing, right? Where he said in the past, like, mortgage your house, buy Bitcoin. But you say that's bad. That's false. They're like a heretic, right? Bitcoin is a heretic. You got to mortgage your house and buy gold instead.
Yeah.
Ideally, you'd sell your house, buy gold bars, and now you build a house out of the gold bars and you live in that. That'd probably be better, right? I mean, you could have a gold shower, gold toilet, gold cooking bench. It's pretty good. If you're trying to cook, you've got good productivity, right?
That's why I'm really a big fan of Donald Trump, because he uses gold across all of his his whole property, right? He can see the value of it as well.
They are. They're building a Trump Tower apparently in the Gold Coast, 1 hour down from where I live.
Makes sense. Where else would you build it?
It's gonna be full gold. Yeah, it's a gold Trump Tower in the Gold Coast.
I don't know why he hasn't done it sooner, to be honest with you.
I know. What was he thinking, dude?
Yeah,
he's older now, so he needs a bit more time to think about these things. And there's so many people trying to take him down and drag him down. All these bears trying to get me. They're trying to get him as well.
But gold just keeps going up, so he's winning.
Yeah.
He's on that
Well, because
front.
he keeps building all these buildings with all this gold in it, so there's more scarcity of gold, right?
Yeah.
There's only so many gold
controlling the
toilets we can build in the world.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. That does make a lot of sense.
Dude,
You're more. Yeah, it sounds like you're not only looking into ICT, you're also talking a lot about the fundamentals and macro. And we're talking about like golden toilets and Trump building towers on the gold. I mean that's solid fundamental analysis. I really like that. I mean once you go into the the realm of analyzing gold from the that toilet perspective, I do feel like you're really getting into the alpha generating stage of a fundamental analysis, definitely. And then if you're if you're comparing that or combining that with with fair value gaps in gold, I feel like you're creating a structure here that is most definitely in the realm of portfolio professional portfolio management type of approach. I have
I
many
can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not about me right now.
I'm definitely not sarcastic. I have many friends doing an analysis just like that. Many friends.
I don't understand why it's so funny. Did he leave? Oh, he's.
sorry guys, I can't stop.
I should have been gone 17 minutes ago.
What?
Oh boy. Right. Well,
Did I upset him by saying he was being sarcastic? I'm sorry.
yeah, you did, dude. Yeah, you heard Jonatan. He's very. He has a gripe with ICT traders, and I think.
Yeah, I'm very sensitive. You can see that I'm crying, and I feel like being called sarcastic, right in the middle of a live stream like this is not. I feel like I'm worth more than that. I feel like this is not what I've been put on this earth to do.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to upset
live
you.
stream and professional setting. We're talking about analyzing golden toilets here. It's not a laughing matter. It really isn't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
I didn't mean to upset you. It sounded like you were being sarcastic about me.
I don't even know what sarcasm is. What
That
Goldie
kind of
blocks.
sounds sarcastic.
I don't know what that is. I can't. I don't know. It's sarcastic when you. I have to Google that.
Goldie blocks. What kind of entries for longs? Because we're long only.
Yeah.
What are we looking at for today? We're definitely not a short fund.
Wait a minute. It says sarcasm is the use of irony to mock or convey contempt. That's not what I did. I did not try to convey contempt.
Okay.
Mock, maybe. Maybe small, a little bit, but not contempt.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I'm not here to offend anybody or anything like that. I'm just here to trade gold.
Yeah,
that's why it's so good to have you here, because we really need someone to be bullish on gold. It's whatever.
I think somebody was asking about what entries for gold. I think we're probably going to see a little
time, right? Isn't it like any time?
Well, if you're long in it, yeah. But if you want to get the best trades, then you've got to get a good entry, right? So I'm still expecting us to go long, but I think we're probably still going to see a bit more selling down further down to this area in here. We've seen a lot of movement in this area, so I think kind of the 5150 to 5160, that seems like a good area to be buying from.
Wait, you're on the 1 minute again?
No, that's on the half an hour.
Half. Oh, so the third, the 30-minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you also looking at time frames like the 7-hour, or 11-hour, or something like that?
Are those time frames you can use?
Yeah, I think. Yes, those are very useful time frames.
Okay, no, I've not heard of anyone using that. I don't think ICT mentions those, does he?
Well, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right. I think that's the perfect time for me to say that, guys, I'm going to have to leave you. I'll see you in a couple of hours. Goldie, it has been an absolute pleasure meeting you, my friend. I wish you all the best of luck with your super profitable ICT strategy.
Thank you, William.
Do keep us updated, and I absolutely welcome you on stream again. I look forward to
Thank you.
look forward to joining you again. So, guys, thank you very much. Please make sure that you smash that like button as well. Do subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And I shall leave you in the very, very capable hands of Goldie Blocks and the other two. I
thought you were about to say the 3 bears there, but there's only 3, 2 of them with me, and they're not bears, are they?
I was
They're not
going to say
7.
I would, but you know.
No, I'm very long. I'm very long.
Guys, I'll see you later. Peace.
See you, Will. Oh, brother. Yeah, we'll know trades
This is
today.
the most awkward live stream I've ever had in my whole life. Just so you know,
awkward?
I have no idea who this person is. LG has no idea. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
What?
No,
This is
because I've done what
I know. What do you mean? It's Goldie Blocks.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Can
we
you
know
read
him.
English, Jonatan? I know you're Swedish, but
I'm not very good at reading. I'm just
speak it,
trading.
but are you
I'm
literate? No.
I'm not very good at reading. I'm just a technical analyst. I'm just, I see trend, I buy, basically.
I'm sorry if this made you
What's the weather like where you're at, Goldie Blocks?
It's really nice, really sunny, really warm.
Nice. You had that like golden type of hour light.
Yeah. I mostly trade like the Asia, the London session, because that's that's when I'm awake.
It's not raining gold, is it? Like, yeah.
Only when I'm buying and taking my profits.
So it's only. What do you mean? Can you repeat that? So
only when I've bought gold and I'm taking my profits, then it's raining gold, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's
I'm sorry if me joining has made this an awkward stream.
No, sorry. I was just sending an email. It's fine. I'm sorry. I'm back. My apologies.
An email. Who sends emails? Well, actually, it's no. It's not awkward at all. I mean, this is completely not awkward at all. I mean, I've interviewed a lot of ICT traders and had been dealing a lot of ICT traders. So this is not awkward at all. I'm quite used to this.
Definitely Aussie. Definitely lives on the Gold Coast because he is Goldie Blocks. So.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What do you mean?
I'd rather not confirm or deny that.
Infinity. You don't know who Goldie Blocks is? Goldie Blocks. Do you want to explain to Infinity exactly who you are?
I like some background history here.
Yeah.
I mean,
how long have you been trading?
Just give us the cliff notes of who you are, what you do, how you trade the market for those guys that have just turned up in the past little bit before you jumped on, to update them, and they will know that you are the ultimate gold proprietor?
So I've
Or
been trading gold for like 15 years, something like that. So always just been trading gold. My dad got me into it.
And you're 20,
And-
like 200 years old, as right? That's what I remember.
Say again, sorry.
You as I remember correctly, you're 20 years old, right?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm 36.
Right. Okay.
I don't want to really share too much about myself. That's why I'm trying to kind of hide my identity. You guys have that Victor guy, who hides his privacy. So I'm like him. I value my privacy. I don't have a community or anything like that. I just I've made a lot of money from buying
Got
gold.
a community, ICT. That's your community.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. You have
You're
so
part of
you,
it.
Yeah,
Part
but
of
it's not
the
my community. It's not. I don't have my own. I don't want to have people chasing me, asking me for signals or stuff like that. I don't want to have that.
so
All right. Well,
so
go
you,
on. Sorry, you go, Jonatan.
you began trading gold 15 years ago.
Yeah, buying gold.
Right. That's important. That's an important distinction. Obviously, you're not trading gold. You're buying
Yeah.
gold. Have
Buying
you
it.
ever sold gold?
No, why would you do that?
Okay, so how do you pay your bills?
I'm just accumulating gold. I use gold to buy things, but that's not selling gold, is it?
Well, nah, I guess
It's
not really.
exchanging
Yeah.
it, I suppose. But
So you don't really have any, like, you don't have any money. You just have gold.
Yeah. It's amazing how many people will accept gold as a payment for things.
It is amazing, right? It's surprisingly effective as a means of exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like it's almost like it's almost like it's been used as exchange for a long time, right? It feels like
Yeah.
it's yeah. Because
That's why I'm not worried about Bitcoin or any of these other fads. These are things that just like flash in the pan. Whereas gold has been around for centuries. It's been around for as long as anyone can remember.
yeah.
where do you live?
I really don't want to say. I don't want to bring attention to myself. I'm quite happy living my life. I got a message because I trade with the fivers. I was asked if I would join, and I said, look, I'll join and I'll talk about how I trade, but I don't really want to bring myself into the public domain where people can try and hunt you down and stuff like that. That doesn't feel like something I want to do in this current climate.
I would have thought you might have lived in like Switzerland or something.
Yeah, as I say,
You don't want to stay close to the gold that you own. Just keep an eye on it. You can just like get the binoculars and you're like, I see it. It's right there. It's right. It's safe.
Yeah, I don't. I don't want to go into the details of where I keep my gold.
Okay.
That'd be risky,
So you're mostly buying physical gold then?
I buy the physical stuff, and I also, I buy it on like funded accounts with the fivers and on like a CFD accounts and things like that.
So basically, like, you're buying physical, you're buying CFDs, maybe you're trading options derivative as well, and then you're buying paper notes and trading with prop firms as well.
Yeah, I don't go options. That's a bit extreme, but
that is a bit extreme. Yeah, it's like that's for the professionals. I'm not saying we're not professionals, but like, options are that's complicated stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever been to Poland?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Have you ever been to Poland?
Poland? No.
Okay.
Why Poland?
No, I'm just.
They have a lot of gold.
They do
They
have.
could use.
They do have some gold.
Yeah, they do have gold.
It's very protected.
Oh, so maybe I should go there then.
Yeah. All right. So hang on.
Arna says that you suck in being that cocky anti-ICT anti-gold. Well, I'm sorry for sucking. It's not my intention to be sucking, but it just comes naturally sometimes, and I'm terribly sorry if I've offended anyone. Actually, no, I'm not. You know what? I apologize to absolutely no one. That's on you. Gold blocks, though. I hope you're not offended.
No, I mean everyone's entitled to their own opinion, right?
Yeah, definitely. But it makes for exactly. You understand what I'm doing, so we can cross mic about this now.
Who is Mike? I don't understand.
Mike is nobody. Like, is not important.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No. He thinks he's
not
very
worth
important,
your time.
but it's just not. It's just not worth. Not worth it.
That's why he disappeared. Like, where's he been?
Arnux, could you please send an email to jonatan.r@thefibers.com and send instructions, please, on what you want me to do, and then I can implement that in the next live stream. Thank you.
Or even send an email. You can come on the live stream, either to Richard or Jonatan, I guess, kind of.
Nah, don't involve me into that.
Like, did him out. Hey, I thought you might want to have like one final, like, you know, a little bit of a boxing match, right? Like to. Yeah.
All right, Richard.
Guys,
Welcome.
thank you very much for inviting Goldie Blocks onto the stream. Goldie Blocks, it's lovely having you, my friend.
You invited him, though. We kind of were forced.
Look, he's royalty, though. Honestly,
Yeah. I mean,
gold is the OG, so Goldie Blocks is clearly the OG. Right?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Jonatan, that you feel a bit forced, but sometimes dictators have to dictate. So I've done exactly that. I've dictated.
It's been an interesting experience, though. I would like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to experience the.
What are you talking about?
Experience, good word.
Yeah.
Re-experience.
I think Jonathan's been traumatized from this whole experience.
Well,
why is it traumatic?
I think Jonatan has a love-hate relationship with gold.
He tried to short gold.
Right now he hates it a little bit. But it's not because of you, Goldie Blocks. It's definitely not because of you.
Okay.
Yeah. Goldie Blocks, it's a shame that you don't want to reveal who you are. I'm pretty sure that there's a bunch of people out there that would absolutely just love to have an interaction with you.
Like, I mean, right they can. They can. I just, I'd rather not share my personal identity. You know, it's a crazy world these days.
Fair. How about this? How about you put on another filter that makes you look like a different person than who you actually are?
That's what I did. I'm Goldie Blocks.
I've sent you a photo of a person that we were talking about earlier. I've sent you a photo. You can use that as your, screen face if you so wished.
Okay. I'll take a look and think about it.
Anyway, enough about Goldie Blocks. How's the market been?
Well, I have no idea.
Have you been enjoying Goldie Blocks way too much?
Yeah, I've been listening to the wonderful backstory of how he's been trading gold for the last 15 years, and especially the going into the how he analyzes the whole supply and demand situation in the gold market by analyzing the number of golden toilets.
I mean, it's a very interesting metric to use. I mean, we've got the pizza scale, and now we've got the golden toilet scale as well. So it's definitely a new metric to use. Man, it sounds like Jonatan is like writing an essay over there.
Yeah, I'm writing a Crime Stopper report.
Okay. Didn't expect that.
Dude, is it called Crime Stopper in like every country? Like we have the same thing here. It's called Crime Stopper.
No, I know that's what it's called in the US.
What is it called in South Africa? Rich. Oh wait, you guys probably don't have that. It's just
we don't have Crime Stop.
we've
we've got the first segment, but we don't have the STOP version of it. We don't have the stop version.
Take what you can get. If you get out in time, it's almost like a buzzer. Like you got to escape, and then you made it. It's like a Mr. Beast.
I was about to say it's like one of those, or Squid Game or something like that. It's one of those where if the buzzer goes off, stand very still. The lights will just go over you, and you can carry on.
You get to keep it. Yeah. God damn.
All right.
Is he still there?
Who Goldie Blocks?
Yeah, he's still there.
I think he's a bit disoriented because gold has come down in the past.
I'm here. I'm just I'm waiting for a good lower entry to buy.
Right, where are you buying gold then?
What did I say earlier? I think 5150, 5160 in around that area.
Yeah, it's basically the low of the range something.
Yeah.
Doesn't that mean you're kind of technically advocating for gold to go lower? Isn't that against your core religious principles? Yeah.
I'm not in a sell. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for a better price to buy.
Yeah, but it'd be implied, right? So, I mean that must be hard to stomach. When the market moves against you, how do you take that every day? I feel like this is something we need with Richard Wells in here to delve deeper into how you encapsulate that when the gold price actually moves lower. How do you feel, right? How do you?
Right, so sorry to interrupt here, but I gotta jump off. I have very important business to attend.
You gonna go buy some gold, Jonatan?
Yeah, I'm gonna go buy some gold. I'm very inspired by gold blocks here to just buy gold. Also very inspired by the we talked about Bitcoin and how it might not be the golden alternative to the gold. So I might have to sell some Bitcoin and put that into gold. What do you think? Would that be a good financial advice to me, gold blocks?
I wouldn't give any financial advice. That's a terrible idea. Don't give anybody financial advice.
Okay, so that's like financial advice to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go sell some Bitcoin and put it into gold. Thank you for that. And I will see you all next week. All right.
Thank you, Jonatan. Have a lovely day.
Peace out, Jonatan. Peace
take care.
So.
All right, and then there were just two bears. again.
Too bad. It's terrible.
Yeah. 2 bears is terrible. Let me share my screen as well.
Gotti blocks. It's all right. We got one bull. It's fine.
Yeah.
This man is the cold of Krakow. It's fine. He's a big dog over there.
He is. Indeed.
Who?
I don't know. Gotti blocks from here. Do you think this is a good point to buy? Right, we got
Not for holding for longer. I think it might still come down lower.
No, you sure? Like we've got the 200 moving average. Why is that not showing my screen? That is not my screen right now. Hang on, let me check the stream.
Your long chart. You got a trade on gold.
Yeah, that's not what I'm actually showing right now, though. Hang on.
Are you sharing just the screen, or are you sharing the platform, the whole application? Window, whole screen, application.
Application.
Ah.
Okay, it looks like I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but my
And just like that, we have lost LJ.
Oops.
And then they were just 2, myself and Goldie Blocks. All right. Goldie Blocks, tell me, what do you think of my screen? This nice white and blue and whatnot. Does this offend you, or?
Oh no! Look, I'm all for everyone, watching the charts in their own way. I don't claim to have the way that everyone should do it, right? I'm just I have my way of looking at it. Everyone has their own way. Let everyone trade and look at the charts in whatever way they feel most comfortable, right?
Yeah, I mean, fair. I like the whole idea of everybody have their own way of doing things, because who actually knows? Who actually knows how to do it properly? I haven't actually been in any trades this whole week because I made a whoopsie last week, and I blew one of my funded accounts. So I've just decided to take a whole week off, basically, to just kind of reset, get the mind in the right place, get over the loss, and then carry on again. That's kind of like where I am now. So I've been doing naught but forward testing. Whenever I see a setup, I mark it out, I leave it, and then I come back a little bit later, and then it's looked good so far. Every morning I remove everything. I do some journaling, and I make sure, okay, mentally I'm aligned with where I want to be when I go and get myself a new account, because that was an unfortunate mistake that happened. But it is what it is, as I say. 'Tis what it is.
I'm sorry that you lost your account. Was it one of many? I'm sure, though.
It was one of a handful, but it was one of the ones that I've had the longest.
So that must hurt.
It was that you've spent the time, the energy to get it to a certain point, and then you've really treated it as like that. How can I put this? You've treated this account like it was a child of yours. I don't have children, so this is just an assumption how you treat children. But you care for it. You diligently look at taking trades. You really put in the effort, and then I don't know, a car just goes. It's that kind of loss. So I was a little bit upset. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit livid.
Understandable.
Yeah. Sarah's asking, Richard, do you use paper journal or something like TradeZilla? No. I'm a basic person. I just take a Excel spreadsheet, and on that Excel spreadsheet, I manually input everything. It's like a bit of a ritual for me. After the trading day is done, I go and look at all of the trades that I had taken. I mark down exactly what I felt when I was trading them, if there were any emotions around it, and then at the end of the month, I kind of go and have a look at it again on that spreadsheet, and I was like, okay, I experienced this, I experienced this. I go and make another like page on that spreadsheet, and I go and write down things that I can do to assist on that day. And then at the end of the month, I kind of work through all of that stuff to see, okay, I had a bit of FOMO. Why would I be experiencing FOMO? And then I try and find a way to kind of like go through it. Grieving. Yeah, I was grieving for my account. Good one. I see LJ is back. Elisio saying, hey, Rich, I was wondering, at what point did you reach in your experience of a trader? How much is your lifespan of a funded account in terms of payouts as a maximum or an average? That account, I think I had 4 or 5 payouts, but I only scaled it 3 times, if I can remember correctly. So it started as a 5K account, got it up to 10K, 15K, then 20K, and then at 20K it kind of like died out. You're right to jump back in again, LJ? Okay.
So apart from gold, Richard, what else do you trade?
Oh, I don't touch gold with a 10-foot pole. I'm the opposite of you. You love gold, the gold member. You know, the smell of it, the taste of it, the feel of it. You love gold. I do not. I am a Nasdaq man. I do like my Nazis, so I try and hyper focus on Nasdaq. I've tried Forex trading, you know, Euro, GBP, USJ, or UJ, EJ, but I have different approaches to the yen pairs than I do to any of the other Forex pairs, as an example. I would be more inclined to try and hold a JPY trade overnight. Well, I used to, but me losing that account was on an EJ trade. So, yeah, EJ, I'm not friends with EJ at the moment, but it's not EJ's fault. But yeah, we're not on speaking terms at the moment.
Not on speaking terms with EJ.
Yeah, we're not on. We're not sitting around the same table at the moment, EJ and I. Like I said, it wasn't EJ's fault that I lost that account, but the whole process of how I lost the account is being taken into consideration. So I'm not using the trade copier at the moment. I'm not using that account because it's blown. I'm not using EJ at the moment as an asset. So completely pushing away all of that experience out of my mind and trying to reestablish myself, you know, as a proper trader.
That's fair. That's fair. Let me have a look, dude. I don't think gold is actually going too well right now. This is looking a bit nasty.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I gotta say, in general, I don't really like overall direction we've had. We've not really had a confirmed push for, say, dollar yen. But at the same time, we've seen euro dollar, pound dollar come off, Aussie dollar come off. Pound dollar is now slightly higher. But
Yeah.
Aussie dollars come back down, euro dollars come back down, so kind of mixed. Very weird overall
Bit of price action.
Yeah. I felt like that was the same case yesterday, to be honest.
For GU, yeah. Definitely yesterday as well.
Oh, in general, because we came right the way up, persistent trail down, just to go back up later. Same with gold, right? It was choppy down, up, down, right back up. But each time we flipped, it was very persistent. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Screaming indecision. We did have the Nvidia earnings yesterday, which were overall good. Some people are complaining that they're not astronomical, but it's kind of ridiculous at this point.
Astronomical. Speaking of Astro,
Yeah,
do you remember that? Do you remember that trade that he mentioned for us? Yeah, you would be
I'm pretty sure
crying
that
right
didn't go out. Didn't go through very well, did it?
No, I'm pretty sure that you would be crying right now. This is the 28-hour time frame, the very specific time frame that he said.
That's a very specific time frame.
Yeah, 28.2 hours, very specific, 100%. It's going to hit. No stop loss. This was Astro's trade that he told us about on Tuesday. We were a little bit in disagreement here. And I just hope anybody that decided to take this trade decided to get out at one of these like levels before they ruined their account. As much as we're talking, jokes and fun aside and whatnot, don't trade without a stop loss, guys. Seriously, that is just silly. Yeah, it's not smart. There's no such thing as 100% guaranteed. There's no such thing as it's definitely going to hit. Yeah, none of us are Nostradamus. Yeah, I would.
Astro would fight you on that. But.
Yeah, first and foremost, come at me, bro. I'm ready. Yeah, but in all seriousness, this just don't. As much fun as we were having about it, it's not smart. Not trading without a stop loss, it is horrible. That is, you're going to lose money, you're going to lose accounts. I'm sorry, that's just silly. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. Even Nostradamus was wrong many times, and that's exactly the point. It's like,
yeah, it was, yeah. It's like a pray and spray, right? Or
you're bound to be right at one point.
Sorry. Yeah.
And you're bound to be right with some of them.
Especially with past history back then. There's no internet, so you just delete the rest and keep what hit. You're like, hey,
Yeah, I was right about this thing. Yes, but you also did chisel this out on a piece of stone, saying that this was going to happen on this date. No. I meant that could. It's wordplay. It's always wordplay.
Yeah.
M. Kalilas is saying, or Casillas is saying, do you have a Discord or a Telegram group? We do have a Discord group. The Discord group is for anybody who wishes to join, but in order for you to join, what you need to do is you need to go and purchase yourself a evaluation account from thefibers.com. And once you have purchased an account, you will have a little Discord icon in the top left of your screen in the hub, and then you can click on that, and it will direct you straight to Discord, and then you can join Discord. We have over, I think it's 30,000 members, if I can remember correctly. Yeah, we have many. Yeah, we have about 30,000 members. So yeah, we would love to have you in there. Get yourself an account. It doesn't have to be an expensive account. You can get yourself a very cheap one, like the 2.5K high stakes for, I think it's $24, $22 or $24. You can get that, and then you get access, and it's lifetime access. You only ever have to purchase a singular account, and then you've got lifetime access. Oh, yes. Also, before I forget, on the 11th of March, we will have our 100K subscribers giveaway, guaranteed. That is 100%. That you can take to the bank. There you don't need a stop loss. On the 11th of March, between Mr. LJ and Victor's section, when we have Sol on, we will be doing a draw for you guys to give you some free accounts for being with us for the 100,000 subscriber count. We would love to obviously have more subscribers because we're never satisfied. We want more. But as a thank you to the community, we're going to give away some accounts. On the day, you will have a link that you can join. It will be the exact same format as what we had with the 10-year anniversary event. So there will be a link in the description box on the 11th. As early as you can, get in there, put in all of your details there, and then you stand a chance to win an account. And then we will email you if you have won an account, and we will give you your account free of charge.
Beautiful.
That sounds like a great competition.
Yeah.
Only if they trade gold, right? That's fine.
Only. And only if you like and subscribe and share. Wow, I can hear myself in Goldie Blocks's speakers. I have a very chipmunk voice. It's kind of weird. Only if you share, like, and subscribe. Yeah,
Same
always.
Same problem, Goldie Blocks.
Yeah.
That reverb.
That echo.
We had Martin here saying $1, Rich.
EU. Yes.
Setup
Why
was
not?
on Discord. What was your setup, my man, Martin? If you can just post like either the entry, stop, the take profit, that kind of stuff.
I will drop it in. It was a long at 117,671. 17. Oh, this is on the 4 hourly. 117,671. 117,670. Somewhere over there. And the stop loss was at 1.17215. And the take profit is at 119,011. So this is Martin's trade so far. So right now you are currently sitting in profit, which is really good. This is pretty good. I think. Why? Oh, okay. So you put your stop loss all the way down here to be below this swing point on Friday the 23rd. So this, I do like the position of your stop loss. I really do. I think your stop loss positioning is really good because you have this whole section here. Maybe that far back is not necessary, but you've already had singular reactions here as well as a nice strong base as well. So rally, attempt to push back lower, rally again, you base, you carry on rallying. So rally base rallies all the way, pretty good. I like it. I do think it's a really good stop loss. In terms of take profit, are you going to take partials, Martin? Do you intend on taking partials?
I definitely think we're still short USD. It's almost feels like the same as yesterday. I would have liked to see us have picked up a bit earlier than we have now. But obviously yesterday we had the extended drawdown and then a massive pickup after, and then a further pickup going to Asia. So we've got this kind of delayed fuse in terms of timing, as far as like intraday, daily type pickups, that kind of thing. Overall, so I very much still short USD. I think dollar yen very much looks like it's going lower. I would say higher euro dollar. Options pricing definitely looks for euro dollar to go higher. We've talked about in the past that the positioning for euro dollar has been quite stacked to the top end. That's why we have struggled to actually get up. So we've seen these pushes up, but then pricing coming off. With that though, it's not really shorting. It's more alleviation of a lack of follow through on the upside. So the longs are exiting, which is very different to people establishing new shorts. So I definitely do think we will get higher from here. I do like that.
I do like
the
this
thing
space
is,
on the daily though.
yeah, I think overall euro dollar is better than pound dollar in general. However, right now pound dollar is definitely not kicking up as much. Pound dollar is definitely taken much more of a rise of the retracement lows into the 15-minute. We had the 200. If I jump over there, I'm just going to swap to my screen. Very nice base through here on the 15-minute around the 200 moving
LJ,
average.
you're not sharing, mate.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I forgot my screen crashed before. Yeah, so we've come down to the 200, picking up through there. So very nice. I think we will get a higher push overall. You can see there's much more. So euro dollar is much more free. Once we actually start picking up, this is likely to run right back up towards 180.60, 180.80, and then potentially back up towards 119 type area.
On G.
The pound, no. So it's EU. So the pound has much more resistance. It seems like if we had the run, comparatively, each of these pushes we've been capped through here. Now we do have the interest rate differential, so that would be the key point. Though I would also look for both on the euro dollar or the pound dollar to break this actual area. To actually, if we got through there, that would be a big rise back up to 136.60 or so, 60 to 50, call it, right? So this block area through here. And right now, the euro is definitely printing more preferable candles. The euro dollar has just picked up. Sorry, the pound before is printing more preferable candles. Euro dollar has now picked up on the basis of the pound continuing. But there's a lot more resistance through each of the period points through here and less total pips, really.
Yeah. I mean, EG is or tried to climb up this morning and then started to sell off quite strongly as well, taking up the whole of that exit movement of Tokyo. So open of the day down here, we wicked off of it or just reacted off of it, started pushing a little bit up. But this move that we've had, the whole of London has been naught but selling. We have come back down into, this is on the 1 hour. We have a 1 hourly base right here. That's exactly where we came into. We did wick lower. I wonder, did we wick lower than this hourly candle? 8715 to 87153. No, we didn't wick below it. We just basically touched. Just touched that previous hourly candle. We did have this very slow, well, let's not call it a slow ascent, but like over multiple days from last week Wednesday, basically coming through this section, higher low in relation to that one. This was the highs of this whole section. We came back into it, equal highs, higher low, equal highs, higher low, lower high, equal low, and then eventually we started to break through, retested it, carried on going lower, but then we basically have this area here now where we're hopping between on the hourly. So down here, that's the bottom end of the zone, and that is the current upper end of the zone. And this so happens to also align with the area where we broke out from that ascending channel. One test, a second test, bit of a stronger test here in relation to this test that we had there, and then this follow-up test as well. This one had a lot of wicking above and below the candles, a lot of indecision. It is pushing down, but then, you know, it's trying to push up again with these wicks, strong ones. With the candles here looks very more decisive, in my opinion. So we're opening up, we're pushing lower, we're closing. There's a little wick above, a little wick below. Makes a little bit more sense that it even though we're between two ranges, this area down here and this one, it does seem as though whenever we do move from point A to point B, it's with conviction. Whereas here, this was not very convincing, in my opinion.
And what is that due to?
Oh, I haven't got the foggiest notion. That's why you're here, the fundamental guy.
It's because the euro, the EU, the ECB is probably neutral to potentially one more rate cut if they can find it. Whereas the Bank of England has gone to definitely one, potentially two. So hence we're seeing that differential come back in. Fundamentals macro, Jonatan, right there. But yeah, so I definitely do like this overall. This is a very good picture. I would see that even as far as the forward trajectory with defense spending, AI, everything, I think Europe will overtake Britain. Like, the UK just has too many troubles, and they're being a little bit too slow. So I think they will get there. It's not a matter of they won't get there, but it's just a bit slower than the EU, which is particularly relevant, seeing as the EU is typically known for being very slow on everything, right?
Yeah. So if G is the one that leads, EU follows. That kind of like thing.
Yeah, so I definitely like Euro pound higher. I like as far as the dollar crosses majors per se. Euro dollar will hold up a little bit better on average. The only thing is that the euro dollar is already very stacked.
Yeah.
Like we talked about with the positioning. Pound dollar less so. Pound dollar is always more volatile in general.
Yeah.
Has been that way since Brexit, really. It started to disconnect and kind of get a bit weird. But yeah, regardless, as far as today, intraday wise, I would say short dollar. It's my net.
Short
my
dollar.
Preferred. Yeah.
What about you, Goldie Blocks? What do you think?
Unless it's gold, I'm not touching it.
I mean, fair.
That's just how I roll. That's just how I trade.
And if you weren't Goldie Blocks, what would you do?
I don't know. That sounds like a life not worth living.
Okay, fair enough, Goldie Blocks. You've made your case.
But do you like this? We've got kind of a trend line from yesterday going on here with gold, right? Goldie Blocks
on the hourly.
Yeah, on the 1 hour. So from the Wednesday top wick candle, which we did pierce above, came back under. We've now, after yesterday's dip, we've traded above and then come back. We're testing the underside and then trying to build up from.
Yeah, I still think we've got some room to move further down before we can start looking for longs.
You reckon?
I think we've still got some more downside. This is what we like to do with gold. We like to, sweep one side before we go for the other.
Is that like an ICT thing?
Yeah. Love to sweep that liquidity.
So where's the liquidity currently sat at? Are we talking about the 4-hour candle, 1-hour candle?
4-hour candle on the lower side, around 51.50, I think. There you go. Right there.
So we want to have this be swept.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Wrong tool. There we go.
Is that
So
like an
we want this to-
expensive bill? Like with sweeping? Like, do you go through many, brooms? Is that like a tax deduction or something?
I've never tried. It's a good idea, though.
Yeah.
I'll have to speak to my accountant.
Worth looking into.
Yeah.
Yeah. Worth it.
Yeah.
Worth it. All right. Goldie Blocks, are you going to head out? What is your plan for the rest of the day?
I'm going to be waiting for the gold longs, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
that's I'm just sitting and waiting for price to come down to my area, and then I can buy some more.
So you want a sweep of the 4-hourly candle and then a rejection and then a push up.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. And in your personal life, what else would you be going to do today without giving away any detail?
No, I'm not sure I'd really want to share that, but it would
You gonna
may
hook up with Scribble or what?
it may or may not involve a gold toilet.
I mean, if you are this super rich gold aficionado, then it makes sense. Makes sense.
Might see if I'll probably wait and see if my good friend Mr. Trump wakes up and starts sharing some information on Truth Social. Then that might add some volatility to things, maybe present some opportunities.
Yeah.
Okay. Does make sense. We do have unemployment claims today, so
Yeah.
But dude, she'll
Yeah,
probably
it's,
deny. No one's
you were gonna say?
unemployed.
yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, I'm not even gonna do the voice because I'll do a horrible job at it.
Everyone's just buying gold. No one's unemployed.
Yeah,
That's it. There's no unemployment when you're buying gold. You see these all-time highs? It's
yeah.
Trump.
How can anybody afford gold if they're unemployed?
They can't be. They can't be.
No,
Unemployed.
it's impossible. Everybody's buying gold. Everybody and their mother is buying gold.
Dude. All right. Ophi is saying next time, all right, Goldie Blocks is gone, but next time you'll have to show your technical analysis.
You're not Goldie Blocks. You're Michael. I am so confused right now about what just happened.
But who's this guy?
I don't know, but he's muted. I can see him talk like crazy, but I can hear nothing.
Is he mute or something? It's like
I
deaf?
think Goldie Blocks is mute. Yeah.
Is this like sign language? Like
I feel like the modulator he was using for his voice has cancelled out everything. Nope. Can't hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, sorry. The time it took me to figure out how to turn all of those random modulators off and everything else. So yeah.
So there you guys have it. Goldie Blocks was indeed
Just
Mike.
me. Yeah, just me. Yeah. Bit of fun. Hey, Raf. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. How's everyone doing? Hope
Doing well,
everyone
man.
is
Doing
good.
well.
I knew it.
I had to deny all knowledge of what was going on. Like I had Jonatan messaging me, I had Akram messaging me, I had like everyone messaging me saying, "Mike, what are you doing? What are you doing?" I'm like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're on about.
Yeah.
Yeah. A bit of fun, guys. A bit of fun. Hope everyone is doing well and not trading like Goldie Blocks and just buying gold like a crazy person. I think
So you're telling them to short. Is that
Sorry?
right?
I'm in a
You're
short
telling
right now.
them
Yeah,
to short. Yeah,
I'm in a
Short
short right.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes the most sense right now.
This very second, I'm in a very nice short on the 1 minute.
Nice.
Okay, I wouldn't be shorting on the 1 minute. That's crazy talk as well. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I knew
yeah.
instantly because of a certain someone that we know and a certain other play vegetable that I thought you took that from.
You cracked up there. You what? Vegetable? You knew because of a vegetable?
Yes, I picked it was you because of a certain other someone into a certain other place
Yeah.
which has cameras,
Yeah.
which also has a certain vegetable which tends to talk. I figured you pulled it.
Okay, so hold on a second. You went on the idea that a common denominator between the two of you, a person that you both know, had a vegetable whose little mouth could talk, and you were like, it has to be Mike because he's the only other person that would.
Yes, with slight technical experience that would actually do this. Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Cool.
I'm so confused.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Come on,
such
Mike.
a very
Mike
long,
knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I've
I
honestly
mean, it's
no
such a
idea what you're on about.
long-winded way of getting to it. It's just like we know a guy who did a thing back then, and there were people in chat that was like, only Mike says hell no all that much, and they were like, I know exactly who this.
It was like with the voiceover, it was like also at first it sounded almost Australian. I was like, what the hell? And then like I don't know, 15 seconds later, I was like, oh, that's British. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, so
it is very hard to find.
There's a slight piece.
So hard to do a voice modulator that hides your voice well enough, unless I actually put on an accent as well as having the voice modulator. So yeah, it's sort of on my trading view.
Yeah, the top left corner. I looked at it. I was like, oh man, that's gonna give it away.
I even hid all my time.
I didn't want to bring that up.
I hid all my time frames. I did everything I could.
I know you did. You did very well, honestly. Yeah.
This was a lot of fun. My cheeks, I'm telling you, like my jowls are so sore from laughing. I had to switch the camera off, the microphone off. I was like doubled backwards, doubled forwards, tears streaming down my face as I was lying. That Trump comment of yours blew me. I did not expect it. I was doubled. My wife even, she was watching this as well, and she's like, this is so funny. This is so good.
I was so hard. Thank God I didn't have I had an avatar on because it was so hard to not laugh. I was like, right, I've got to keep muting myself because it was getting really difficult to keep a straight face and not laugh out loud.
I love this. This was such an entertaining break of normality. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, kudos to you, Mike, for saying, hey, let's do this thing. Yeah, let's do it.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit of fun, a little bit of enjoyment. I hope everybody in chat enjoyed it. If you did, please drop us a like. And then maybe we'll have Goldie Blocks rock up again someday. We don't know.
You never know. Might not be me. It might be an alter ego for somebody else, or we'll see. But yeah, no, it's been a while. And I've been busy working on my education platform that I'm building. So hence why I've not been on stream, but we are working hard to get it built out. So reminder to everyone to keep your eyes peeled. If you were part of the Alpha Beta Lab last year, then it will be coming back in its new form this year for sure. So keep your eyes peeled. We've got a lot of stuff planned for it, so it should be good.
Alpha Beta Labs 2.0, new and improved.
Exactly.
Yeah. Version 7.0.
New name, new look, new platform, everything. So lots and lots going on in the background to kind of plan it and get it truly to a top level education platform. So yeah, exciting, but it'd be a lot to work.
Well, we're all super excited for this new, old/new rendition of this venture of yours. Would love to jump in and see what it is that you've been cooking for the last year and a half. So, yeah, whenever you're on again, you can drop a link to it if you want to in the chat, and then let's get some more people interested in it.
Yeah, we've still got a bit of time to go because we're basically building out all of the education. So if you imagine a platform that's going to teach people not just technical analysis or not just fundamental analysis or anything like that, but it's going to teach you all of the different financial assets across, futures, across options, across Forex, bonds, even down to things like alternative investments, stuff like that. We're building all of the different lessons around that, and then we're building interactive elements for those lessons as well. So you're not just going to watch a video and go, oh yeah, okay, I know what I've done now. We're building kind of all of the supplementary parts that go with each video, and each kind of lesson that we want to explain. So there's a lot of work that goes into that, and then obviously we've got to build the actual platform to host it. So there's a lot of work going on in the background, trying to make sure that it is different to what's already out there. But yeah, we're excited about what we're building.
Oh, we're excited for your excitement.
Damn right, it should be. So keep your eyes peeled, and yeah, when I've got more to share, then you can count on it. I'll be letting you guys know.
Awesome, love it.
Wonderful.
Mike, once again, thank you very much for joining us. Love having you on, mate. That was absolutely so much fun. Really enjoyed the banter between you and Jonatan. I don't know. Do you think Jonatan eventually figured out?
I don't know if he's going to speak to me for a while because he kept messaging me saying, "Is this you? Is this you?" And I was like, "No, I'm at the cafe. I don't know what you're talking about." I was just denying all knowledge of what he was talking about. So I'm pretty sure he's probably not going to talk to me for a while after all of this. So
he was messaging me earlier, and I already said it was you initially, but then I started realizing like, I shouldn't have done that. Like, maybe it's someone else or this or that. And then I started saying like, it could be this person. I started bringing up, which I don't think he's clued onto. But
oh dear.
Yeah.
But it was good fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I enjoyed that. You know what? It was surprisingly easy to actually technologically do it. It didn't actually take that much effort, apart from various revisions with AI to try and create the actual Goldie Blocks image. It was actually pretty straightforward to do it, which I was quite impressed with. So,
I mean, for everybody in chat who doesn't know, like Mike reached out yesterday saying, "Hey, listen, I can jump in on stream whenever," and it's just like, okay, cool. When do you want to do this? Yeah, it would be nice if we, had like a little, I don't know, anonymous thing. And we were speaking about this last night, and then within minutes, he was like, okay, cool. Do you like this? What do you think about this image? And what do you think about this? And then just before the stream, it was the voice. And it's just like, dude, this is perfect. Let's go. So like that, it happened so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good.
Cool beans. Guys, I'm going to leave you to it. Trade safe, trade well. And I'll see you guys soon.
Long gold, obviously.
Long gold. Long gold.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, Mike.
All-time highs.
Have a great day, mate.
Take care.
See you,
all right. With Mike out of there, we've got another very lovely, very entertaining, also streamer in the background, ready to jump in.
Perhaps not so entertaining as Mike, but
we all have our
I
ways.
think no one can beat Mike in this, but I hope I can still.
Did you see any of the stuff that happened earlier, Anastasiia?
No, I joined a little too late. I followed the explanation of what was happening, but I didn't see it completely. It's on the recording because I'm gonna watch it then.
Yes. Yeah, please do. Please go and watch the recording. I think it was absolutely brilliant. I don't know if Jonatan is ever going to speak to any of us again, but I feel like Jonatan lost his his composure as well. At one point, he was laughing so much he had to go off of camera, and you just hear him in the background just laughing. So I hope he enjoyed that as well.
Dude, I had to mute myself that many times, like honestly, and then I'd unmute and I'm like, I'm good, and then start
like I said,
my
jowls and my cheeks were on fire. I was laughing so much I had to like hold here as tears were streaming down my face laughing. Yeah, that was so much fun. All right, Anastasiia, now that you are here and joining LJ, I'm going to hop out for a little while. I didn't lose anything. I meant like your stoicism on screen, like you're usually so unimpacted by anything, and then to see you actually crack up laughing, that's what I meant by you lost that. So yeah, you lost. Anyway, I'm going to love and leave you guys. Will should be, not Will, Rich should be in soon, along with Will as well. Hope you guys have a great day. Anastasiia,
thanks a lot, Richard.
Thank you very much for being here. All right, guys. See you guys in next week. Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Mr. Maori, is this actually live? Yes, it is. It is indeed.
As far as I'm concerned, at least.
Exactly, yeah. We have Jonatan right here.
What's up?
Hey, Jonatan.
Hey.
I heard I missed a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was not fun at all, actually. But yeah, you missed something. I was just watching it in the background and just wanted to jump on.
What do you mean it wasn't fun?
Okay, it was very fun. I thought you were gone. It was super fun.
It wasn't fun because it wasn't fun for him. That's fun. That's it.
No.
That was fun. It was fun. It was an experiment. it's experience for sure.
Yeah. All right.
I had some minutes to kill, so I thought I obviously wanted to jump on and say hi, Anastasiia. It's been a long time ago since we had a live stream.
It's been together. A while. It's been a long time. How have you been? How is new life in the new role?
Yeah, new life is wonderful. I'm being attacked by golden anonymous live streamers here. You have to see the replay of that. No, life is good. Life is good. Been demoting myself to a live streaming host, which is not too bad. If I'm gonna be honest, not too bad. Coming in, doing some analysis, doing some trading, and then just leaving. When it's time.
Sounds peaceful.
Yeah, peaceful life, definitely. I like how Rich is like. He said that I'm always like stoic and always like never loses my. Has he seen my live streams?
I feel like this, especially if your trade is going in a drawdown.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the most emotional, unstable person on the team. But yeah, I'm happy that I come off. Okay. Thank you, Richard. All right, Anastasiia, how's trading been going?
When? Today, in general?
I guess today, yeah.
Today has been good, actually. I've taken 2 trades so far. In general, since we last seen each other, it's been different. Because what was the last time? December?
Probably? Yeah, I think December, yeah.
December. Yeah, December was the first month in 9 years that I took a break for the whole month from trading.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, so 9 years. I actually realized that only after I took a break, I was analyzing this, looking backwards, and I was like, I've never actually not traded for a whole month since the moment I stepped into financial markets, So.
Yeah, I mean, it does a lot of good to take a break from time to time, right?
To be honest with you, yeah, I didn't really take so much breaks to actually feel the difference. But after this 1 month, coming back to it and a little bit refreshing your mind, that's a big difference.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
Last year I traded. I think I took 6 months away from active trading, and that just changed my whole perspective of everything, because I was so stuck in the whole trading the lower time frames, taking as many trades as possible, and like really trying to maximize everything, the profits and the trades and everything. And then I took a break, and I'm like, that's not really what I want to do. That's not really what I should be doing. So I realized, going back to swing trading and looking more at the high time frames, and it's been great ever since taking that break. So I do think taking breaks are really, really important.
Taking breaks, they give you a different perspective on the things that you do, that you want to be doing and you don't want to be doing, because sometimes we are so stuck in a way that we are used to trade, we are used to work, we're used to operate on a daily basis, that we don't have even time to think about, is it actually good for us? Is there maybe a better way that we can do these things, for our mental health, for the results even, because it feels like whatever we are doing is the best way to get the results. But sometimes you just need to step back to see the different perspective, and you realize there is a different way to achieve the things that you're aiming for, without perhaps so much stress, so much time, and faster than just hitting your head against the wall the same way. So it was good. It was good to take a break.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like you said, you get stuck into a mindset and a thinking, and then you kind of take a break and you get that perspective. So
what you do now? You're focusing on the swing trading still?
Yeah. So what I'm doing is and what has worked really well for me is I'm treating trading more. I can't really say that I'm a full-time trader in the sense that I guess I am, because everything I do, all my professional life and everything is all about trading and the markets and the industry. But now it's more it's more about, I'm trying to like treat my whole financial life as if I would be handling a portfolio, right? So I'm trying to put more emphasis on like long-term investments, and what do I do with the profits from trading, right? Because we can all trade prop firms and we make money and we withdraw that money, but then what happens with it after you've withdrawn the money, right? So I'm trying to think like, how can I be more smart about my investments and put all the trading knowledge that I have into more long-term investments. And what I found is I'm much better at that, looking at the cyclical moves in the market. Whoa.
Some things never change. Some things never change. Sorry, Joe.
I said swing trading and he started barking. He must not like swing trading a lot. No, so I try to focus more on the higher time frames and trying to catch like the cyclical moves and implement my swing trading and analytical abilities in like long-term investments as well. And it's done wonders for my trading as well. And honestly, focusing more on personal accounts than prop accounts, not viewing prop accounts as my main my main source of trading income has really made a huge difference as well. And now I'm viewing prop firms as a way to trade, maybe with a little bit extra risk, make a little bit bigger profits, bigger payouts, but then take those payouts and put it into a personal broker, personal account. Because what I want to do is, like, I want to hold a Forex position for like 3 months, and the swaps, that it's not doable with prop. So I'm trying to put all the different types of trading in different categories. You have prop trading is more of taking the opportunities on a daily basis, and then swing trading more on a personal account, and then try to funnel everything into a bigger long-term investment type of account.
It's very interesting that you said about looking at what you can do with profits from trading and just revising your whole financial, I would say, plan, right, regarding trading. We've talked something similar with my partner another day, that trading is essentially like a business, and a lot of people don't we start treating it as a job, in a sense that they expect it to pay every month, and then they get this money, they spend this money, and the moment they don't earn the money for 1 month or 2 months, they feel like something is wrong. But realistically, trading is more like a business. It's not more like a work, because a business, a performance of a business, you evaluate in the end of the financial year, which is from the 1st of January to the 31st of December. You can be in a negative for 2 3 months, but it doesn't mean that your business is going to end up in a negative by the end of the financial year if you keep working, and the same with trading. But people get stuck so often on the monthly performance, and they just get in the loop of earning money, spending money, earning money, spending money, that they never get out of this loop, because the approach that they take towards trading is completely wrong. It's like a work. They treat it like
Yeah.
work, but it's not gonna get the problem is it's not gonna get you paid like work, because you will not earn money every single month. We're not gonna earn money every single month. Sometimes it's gonna happen that we're not gonna earn anything for a month or two, sometimes. So for half a year maybe, this is why we need to treat it as business and not as a work. So it's very interesting. I've been thinking and also reevaluating, financial aspects of my trading as well, and like financial planning towards my trading. So I feel like maybe it's this new year that started that is driving us all in this direction.
Yeah, and the more time we spend in the market, and the older we get as well, we start thinking about our future, and our long-term future, and the financial stability and security and everything. And I think it's important to look at your whole financial life as a trading opportunity, right?
Yeah.
What do you actually do with the profits, and then try saving up some of the profits and investing the profits so that you diversify your income and your trading. But Anastasiia, I gotta run. I see that LJ is coming back as well, so I gotta jump out. I gotta get some lunch, and then I'll yeah, well, nice seeing you, nice talking to you.
It's really nice
and
seeing you, Jonatan. Catch
good luck
up.
with trading today. All right, take care.
Yeah, take care.
Yo, I'm back. How are we doing?
Back.
Sorry, I had to let my partner in and stuff. So, how are we doing, Anastasiia?
Good. Not
Good?
bad. Can't
Yeah,
complain.
you missed the fiasco before. So
I missed the funniest part of the stream, I feel like.
honestly, it was good. Cracking up laughing. So
Yeah. I'm gonna rewatch
It's more-
the recording.
caffeine.
How are you though?
I'm still incredibly sick.
Not better?
No, not at all. Not yet. Better today, better than I was yesterday, but surviving still. So, I don't know what you guys were talking about before. I didn't hear you, but I think today I'm generally looking for more short dollar. So stuff like euro dollar higher from here. I don't know if we'll get that high, but potentially at least a near-term sort of retracement after the pullbacks. Similarly with the Aussie dollar, looking for this to actually hold and then potentially go long from here. I say potentially, I'm already in a long from this candle over here. I've got the top side of 48. That's the all-time high for this year, but there's another level potentially as well up towards 58 and then about 70. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't know what you're in, what you're doing. Have you been trading? Have you not been trading? What's
I've been
going
trading. Yeah, I've been trading
Update me.
today. I took one trade today already, which is closed, and another one which is right now opened. Which I'm gonna start from the one which was closed. Wait, I'm gonna try to share the second screen. I've been struggling with my second trading platform. I think like it's just taken too much power from my laptop. But I'm so excited. I'm moving into the office next week, and I'm gonna be able to finally make my setup. Which I'm
So-
testing some lights, and my mic arrives, and my camera arrives next week. And I have another light that is coming, so the full setup for streaming and for video recordings as well. So there will be a
Nice.
fun. Yes, and
So I can-
finally, I'm gonna be able to get a PC finally instead of a laptop. All this 9 years I've been trading from laptops, so moving around. So you see now it's not working, so it's gonna be okay. I'm gonna
So like an actual like office, like outside of your home,
yeah,
like a separate work station type thing. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
exactly
Nice.
this.
Nice.
So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really nice. 1 second. It shows like it's showing, but it's not showing. I'm gonna leave you for 30 seconds and jump back in, and maybe the stream is gonna allow me to show
Yeah,
my
that's
screen.
right. Yeah, reset.
Second.
Go for it. So we did have whilst Anastasiia jumps out, we did have gold here with Goldie bugs. I actually don't mind gold longs from this standpoint overall. We've definitely had the higher pressure sustaining. We have had some gradual high highs and then lower highs plus a lower low. So there is a bit of indecision. However, I would say at this point, gold is still probably looking long from here up towards that 52.80 type area, right? So net, right? Today's price action has been a little bit weird overall. Same with the indices. The currency pairs. Just like yesterday, we had like down, up, down, up. Today we've had down again, up, down, up, down, up, down. Right, so very much a consolidation consideration type standpoint. We had the Nvidia earnings yesterday. Came out pretty all right. I don't think there's any terrible mix coming through here. I think Trump, generally speaking, as far as headline stuff, wants to keep things pretty chill. We had the State of the Union the other day, which I'm pretty sure was the longest State of the Union in all presidential history. I don't know if you guys watched it. I gave up after a while. I was like, dude, this guy just keeps talking. So obviously my time in Australia had to go to bed eventually. Plus I'm sick, so I didn't stay out for it. And didn't really say anything market moving at all. It was more just yap. So we haven't seen too much else in as far as fundamental macro changes, geopolitical headlines, comments, that kind of stuff. It's been very by the by. This week as well is very data light. Right, we've got unemployment claims today. Tomorrow we've got CPI for Japan and industrial production. Outside of that, we got a couple European data points. So France CPI, GDP, and then employment change for Germany and CPI for Germany. So not too much else. It's just the PPI at the end of the week for Friday for the US. It's a very chill week overall today as far as activity going on. So from here, after we formed a pretty nice base through here. We traded through this period for quite some time, relatively, right? We did have the breakout, come right back down. That was a very interesting move where we had this very sustained downward pressure. Eventually did find a base, picked up, had the slight retracement on a lower time frame period, and then built on from there. And we saw that across all dollar pairs or dollar crosses, euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar, all the majors. dollar yen had this slight trickle down through here, but it is still holding up. So as far as the dollar yen side, there is still upward pressure. Now that more comes from Japan. So I don't want that to be confused with the general dollar downside, because these things are a little bit different.
I think
So with this longer term trend line through here that we basically cracked through the underside, we had the gap on Monday, broke back down. No exact support level that we hit, just the cluster through here. That's about it. Pretty weak support overall. We've now come back up, tested up underside, plus the moving averages on the 15-minute on the actual Dixie. I still very much favor downside moves from here overall.
Hey, Richard.
So I think that would be our kind of next standpoint.
Hey, how's it going?
So for today, very much long. The components of that are going to be all the majors, obviously, as we've talked about a number of times. Ideally for this dollar index move to actually become fruitful and actually crack through these levels, you'd need to see euro dollar breaking beyond this standpoint, and we actually get like a new high created through there and then break right up. So then we're looking somewhere around these tops. So between the peak highs through here, back on the 18th of Feb, and then the peak highs here on the next day on the 19th of Feb. So that's what we'd be looking for on a break from here. Otherwise, we might just get capped at these prior highs about 118.30 and then pull back again. So if we get another failed attempt through here, either breaching that point and coming down or reaching a lower standpoint, potentially up towards here, and then rolling down to be at 118.20, that would not be fruitful for this overall picture. Forex Guy 777 saying, can I click any of you guys' comments? No? Maybe not? Hang on.
Not sure, but I'm wondering, Henry, the same question.
What's going on? I think you guys still hear me?
Yep, okay. Probably he couldn't actually hear us. Richard, can you hear me?
I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I was wondering if he's ignoring us actually completely, or he has some problem with internet. And when Henry posted this comment, I found it quite funny because it was actually looking like he's completely ignoring the fact that we are here.
Well, it doesn't look personal. That's the good thing. I think LJ's just having a little bit of difficulty on his side. But bring me up to speed. How are you? What's going on the stream this morning?
Good. I missed apparently the funniest part of the stream. Don't ask me. I don't know what happened, but Mike was here, and Mike created a hilarious situation with Jonatan, which I'm not familiar with. I'm gonna rewatch the beginning of the stream and the recording, because from what I know, they were cracking on the stream, but I joined already in the end for the last 10 minutes when Mike was here. So unfortunately, I missed the whole funniest part. And then we've just been talking. Jonatan was here. We were catching up how it's been his life since he switched his career to the live streamer more, and the different perspectives he's been taking on trading. And then you were here when LJ was talking about the market. So that's it. I think we both missed the most interesting beginning of the stream, so we both will have some homework to do afterwards for the watching it.
Did we definitely confirm that it was definitely Mike?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely Mike.
Right.
100% Mike, yeah.
Fair. That was my thoughts. I caught a little bit of it, and I was like, "That's Mike." But okay, now that we got that confirmed, LJ, can I just confirm that you can hear us, you can see us? That
I can hear you now. I've seen these guys. So I just watched the actual stream back. I was talking for a while. Anastasiia had popped back on. I couldn't hear you guys. I couldn't see you guys. I couldn't see Anastasiia. I couldn't see Rich at all. And then eventually my web page, I guess, like crashed. So yeah, I can see you guys now. I can see you and I can hear you. So it's fine now.
We were wondering if you are completely ignoring us.
No, I literally couldn't see it. I was like confused. I was like waiting for you to come back. I was like, oh, sure you would have restarted by now. I was like, oh, I'll keep going and just, looking at things. But yeah, no, all good now. All good. How are we doing, really, Rich?
LJ, can I quickly catch up with the trade that you've been talking about, because I find it quite interesting. Because
yeah, sure. Which one?
It rarely happens, but we are in the opposite direction of the trade with you right now.
Okay, which one?
I'm selling 6A, which is Australian dollar. So I'm selling the Aussie while you're in a buy for Aussie. So the reason I'm selling Aussie is yesterday I was buying it right here, actually, when we came back. After the pullback, we closed back above all this volume area. So for me, all of this was basically essentially something I was looking for. So this whole volume area, which was like in middle of consolidation for quite a while. I've been trading inside of this range, so I find it quite interesting, also opportunities. And then we went above this big volume. The price closed higher, and I was trading the upside. Now, with this reversal today, we've reached the monthly point of control. So this is a dynamic monthly point of control. We've reached this volume area, the previous weekly one too. So, and we had we had an attempt to go higher, which failed. So the price did close higher and then eventually fell down below the value area high and below the point of control of this whole upwards movement. So now what I'm looking at is this area here. So between the maximum volume of this whole upwards impulse that we've created and the value area high of it. We also have the dynamic level of the month, so monthly point of control. We had lots of volume coming up here, coming into the market, lots of money invested, and now the price was testing this and it tries to fall. So right now we are still in the range of the value area low of the current day. So this is a daily one. I'm already in a short since literally right here, since the highest point of this week.
Sure. And, all right.
Yeah, I'm in a short. So right here, I'm already in a short. And my stop loss is just above the value area high. And I'm waiting for the price to come down to at least here. So the previous volume, that's approximately 1 to 2.3 restore reward. And maybe here 1 to 2.8 restore reward. Not sure if we're going to go all the way. So I would be expecting the price to come here somewhere towards this zone, which is going to be my target. So I'm in a short, and as long as the prices will be able to close below the value area lows, so below this lows, I'm going to be very happy. Which rarely happens that we are both in the opposite direction of the trade, but that's one of these times.
So yeah.
And before, the only trade that I've taken today, which I closed apparently a little bit prematurely, but that is what it is the short on gold. I was shorting gold from this area here towards right here this week. So I closed it on this week, and we are dropping further now. So wait, on this week, right here, on this one, not this one, but this one. And we are dropping a little further down, but I'm already out of this trade. So the second one that I'm holding is XAUUSD short at the moment.
Yeah. So I do agree. So my AD longs are very tentative, I will say. Right, so I would have liked this general channel that we were roughly creating to actually hold a bit better and actually see some more pickup from. So we did have a little bit of a overshoot through here. This is a prior level of 71.10. We did pick up from there ultimately, but we didn't cross through the midpoint. So I'm very tentative on this. So I do very much agree with you. basically the rationale with this trade is some of the levels up here have been like a longer term pause point level that we should have sort of hit. We haven't quite. And so if we do see the turn down on the dollar, we should see pick up in euro dollar, pound dollar, everything else, bringing things up. So the Aussie dollar today mainly drove lower because of the pound by correlation. It got pulled back. And if you look at a bunch of the other Aussie dollar crosses, whether it's odd yen, odd euro, odd pound, there's a bunch of other key point levels that they're just waiting to hit. So that should roughly correlate with Aussie dollar coming up to these peak levels and then getting some kind of drop off from there. So I'll be looking at like move from up here and then a move right down, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, this price action from today, despite yesterday's move, which was quite good, has not been overly confident. It's quite lacking in the sustainability. Same with like where we've had the odd yen mix as well, which is often a very heavy drag on the Aussie dollar. Japan is our second largest trading entity. So the trouble is when you see dollar yen go down sometimes, odd yen will also come off. Hence will stagnate the Aussie dollar pickup by that virtue as well. So we've seen this like mixed interplay of that today. So I will say I'm not high confidence on this trade. It's probably like a 55-45. Not typical for me, but yeah. So you may very well be right. I would, given the further price action from here, I'd potentially like scrap this and then go short. Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, I'm seeing very similar thing on the Euro USD also. So that's also the reason I was going short. I just picked the one that was looking better in my opinion. So I said okay. Always it is for today. But this is your entry right now.
What on euro dollar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I answered that earlier over here. I've already exited though.
Okay.
Once we got up to the 50 level through here, and then we just weren't kicking on. So I'm already out of that trade. Let's pretty much say 1-to-1. Yeah, I feel like today's trading is a bit like yesterday. Didn't really like it. It's a bit I don't know, it's a bit a little bit janky, right? Almost like gold we had yesterday. Came right off, up, down, all the way up through here, right back down again. Yeah, it's been very back and forth.
All right. I feel
Yeah,
like
so we got this breakthrough here, but then collapse through support, buy up, break, but no real confirmation to drive through. But yeah, go on, Rick.
Okay, sorry. I thought we were having a repeat of earlier. I was like, oh no, LJ can't hear anyone again, but we're good. LJ, you touched on something where you said we have like these key levels, and then earlier on, Anastasiia was talking about having this point of control. Now, you guys were talking about this stuff as if it's just core knowledge, almost like you have a library of experience, and it's just like, yeah, it's a key level. And I've got these things within my trading that I also use as well. But I want to just turn our attention to something mentioned in chat from Christopher, who said, "What's your drawdown rules? 10%? ? I'm really good at trading the minute." Now, we were recently coaching, or we had a coaching session within the Fivers Discord, and we were talking about how to build and refine a system. Like, how do you know when you actually have a technical edge? what is the moment that you pivot from, you know what, I think I've got something that works, to actually I have a hard and fast set of rules, or a framework at least, that I need to follow, and now I know that I actually have edge. Anastasiia, you've mentioned previously that you've been trading point of control for many years. And I just wanted to kind of press on this a little bit and say, when it comes to you developing your system, is it a very technical approach that you say, hey, I've got a framework and I use my discretion as to when to apply that framework? Is it purely discretionary when you say, you know what, I just rock up, look at the market, kind of it makes sense, then I just choose to enter? Or are you applying a 100% mechanical rules-based system that no matter what, when your system says go, you just need to execute? And how did you build that kind of system? This was something that a lot of traders have a sticking point on. I'd love to gain some of your insights on that.
That's a really good question, because I used to teach a lot of traders, and I used to teach privately as well, mentorships and so on. And I found out that it's quite different from, being able to put into the systems and lessons the technical knowledge, and being able to do the same with the discretionary knowledge that you have and you've built up through hours on the market. My system is definitely not 100% mechanical. So I think, I figured, like, looking at the longer period of time, I do believe it's my strengths, because the problem is that even if you give the best strategy to people, that the best strategies that you use and exact rules, people will still eventually lose money. And I can say for myself 100% that I do use filters, on when to enter the market, from some things that just took me years of and hours, on thousands of hours on the charts, to figure things out. Some of the things that you just know it's going to be a good opportunity because you've traded the same opportunity millions of times. You've took the same trades over and over again. Sometimes you just know it's time to exit the trade, even if you don't get the confirmations yet that it's time to exit. And it might go a little bit further if you look at the technical aspects. Some of the things are impossible to put in the rules, because you just gain this knowledge and this memory, throughout the career that you have as a trader. So I cannot say that it's 100% mechanical, but indeed, majority of my system is a mechanical, and it can be put in a system. But also, here I like something that a lot of people also been asking me, and something that I'm trying to say to a lot of people. I don't necessarily have there only one rule for entering and exiting trades. I have the system, and now I believe I've posted it some time ago. Now I'm gonna try to find this file, because I've tried to put some of the systems in a picture, in one of the images. Just give me 1 second, because I think it's going to be the best way to explain the way I trade. One moment. I have it somewhere. I was posting it before. So essentially the way it works for me is that I use multi-time frame perspective always. And because I use a multi-time frame perspective, I have things that I look at and confirm on different time frames. That's first. Then you can also add filters on macroeconomics, for example. So it's more of a filter approach. Here we go. On from multiple different perspectives. And if multiple of these filters follow on in one way of confirming the trade, then I'm going to take this opportunity and I'm going to enter this position. If not, I'm just going to skip this position. I'm not going to enter the trade. So it doesn't necessarily work in a way that it's always the same system, always the same way of thinking. It's the same order of thinking, but it's not the same confirmations every single time when I enter the position. 1 second.
Yo, what's good, guys?
Yeah,
How we doing?
How we doing, Will? How we doing?
Yeah, good, man. Not too bad.
I was going to say, I do agree with this, Khan. So if stop through here, I will probably go short. because the VWAP does actually come in at about, currently it's like 85 or so through here. We've got kind of a level going through there. Oops. The top side going through up here, and then through down there. So I don't mind that as a potential downdraft overall as well. You come back into these highs through here. If I can grab it, there we go. And I think on the if we go to the that's a daily. Let's go to the 4 hour. So these levels through here is basically where these moving averages are all coming in. And same with on the 1 hour, you go back down to, got the 50, 100, and 200 coming through here. So this block down through this base, right? So it's not a bad target area at all. So if we don't actually pick up through here and then create a better looking, like this candle structure on the 1 hour looks terrible, right? And you're seeing it's already dipping. So if we don't create something better, 4 hour 10 moving average is also down there, right? So typically I would target the 10 moving average on the high time frames once we've got a change of tops. So if this actually does crack these lows, I'll just go short. But we do also have the basis of euro dollar, pound dollar through here, which are holding up. It's the only thing that is keeping me a little bit skeptical right now.
Dude, pound dollar is, pissed me off a bit today. I was $200 up. I was about, I hit a 1-to-1 with a 1-to-4 trade risk reward, 1-to-4 risk reward trade marked up, hit a 1-to-1, and then it just went back down to break even. So I'm still in it, but it's given me, however, it has given me the opportunity to enter in on Euro USD. So I'm just waiting for Euro USD to give me entry criteria. But yeah, GU's been a bit annoying. I thought that we'd, I was happy for us to miss the trade on Euro because I thought the momentum had gained on GU, but turned out not quite.
Yeah, that's fair as well. Yeah, so also same deal with NASDAQ / indices in general, definitely looking higher. So if we get this risk-on momentum coming through, that could pull the Aussie back up. Because I feel like the Aussie is basically just retracing from the prior highs we made because of the inflation data. So it's more of a, you had the data, you get the peak top, you get the general retracement pullback, but it's not like selling per se, right? So that's the only thing I'm worried about overall. But yeah, I will have to say goodbye, guys, for today. I will see you guys on Monday. I've been very sick this whole week, but I've survived, stuck around. I think for now I do need to get some food into me and probably get some more sleep and some rest. So we'll leave you guys in the capable hands of Anastasiia, Will, and Rich. I'll see you guys on Monday. I should be around for the Discord tomorrow evening as well with Akram. So if you guys are there, I'll see you there. If not, Monday. Peace out. Cheers, guys.
Get
Nice
well.
one.
Get well. Take care of yourself.
That was really weird. My whole MT server just flopped. So I don't know what just happened then. Right, let me bring my trade screen up so you guys can see exactly what I'm looking at here. There we go. Can you see this okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so this is what I was looking at on the pound dollar. Now it looked really nice. I thought, yeah, cool. This is got some nice breaking of momentum here to the upside, and then got this. So I entered in just here, got a really nice break and close above this high, and a really nice bullish momentum candle. So it gave me that confidence to stay in the trade, given that it was a little bit early, but I had confidence in the conviction of the trade. And then we moved up, and I was about $260 up here, and I thought, nice, cool, I'm gonna just leave it now. And then just jumped on stream now just to find it was at break even again. I was like, savage. However, like I said earlier, this was an early trade entry. This was an early trade entry. So I thought it would be a good opportunity for me to have an actual entry. If I wasn't to have that early trade and a high risk trade, my standard, not so risky trade would actually be this trade here. So that's why I'm happy that I'm okay that it's hit break even, due to the fact that I would have taken it from this point had I not have wanted to get in a little bit early. I was waiting for EU to come down here. However, I have opened up an EU trade already. So I've got 6 lots on the line. I got 4 lots on EU and 2 lots on GU, risking about $400 bang on to the cent actually. $400 flat on EU, risking $200 on GU. $900 TP on GU. However, it's a 1.1%, so $1,100 TP on EU at the very highs up here. So I think these are previous day highs. Let me have a look. Yes, no, these are pre-session highs, sorry, on previous day. However, if we can get a nice break and close above here, I'm going to be a happy trader. So that's currently what I'm looking at the moment. Someone said on my previous session as well, as I was leaving. So I'm sorry I didn't actually get to answer that question. So if you're still in, you said no trade today. Will ? Yes, I had already entered into a GU trade. You obviously missed it, and that is what I'm breaking down right now. So this is the GU trade from this morning's session, hence why you can see I've been holding it for quite some time now. But EU, I've just entered into now. What about you guys? Anything exciting on the front?
Rich, I don't know if you want to get back into the same conversation, continue this about the system, or
what did I miss?
I would love to. So just to quickly bring Will up to speed and anyone who's joined the stream, we were talking a little bit earlier about when you developed your system for the very first time. We hear these big words that we're using on stream. We've got order block, we've got supply and demand, we've got order flow, we've got point of control, we've got key levels. And Anastasiia was using this this term point of control. And we were talking about how she built her system from not knowing what worked in the market to getting to a rock solid mindset of, I know I have a strategy that works. So I pressed her a little bit on, is it a rules-based system? Is it purely discretionary? Or is it somewhere in the middle? And then LJ came in and delivered a banger of an analysis. So if we can pick back up that thread on kind of what camp does that system set in, and at what point did you really figure out, you know what, I've got a proper edge here, and I can relax. I'm where I want to be as a trader.
So I'm going to bring up the system. I created the file because it was very difficult for me to, for people to understand the way I'm thinking when I was explaining this. And I have some lessons on YouTube and everything. It's for free. It's there about this different systems that I'm using. So it's the different systems is maybe not exactly the correct way of saying it, because the system is one, but the components can be completely different. So, there are different way of approaching the market, and some people have the very, a system which is simplified, in a simple way of follow, okay, this, and this. So, these things need to be combined in one. So I have exactly the same, but multiple. So, this game in the childhood that we played where you needed to connect the words to or articles to words when you learn the language. This is approximately this file essentially. So you can connect anything in this file with anything as long as you have confirmations from the left side, from the middle, and from the right side. It comes together as a good trading opportunity. Now, this is a mechanical part of my system. And with this file, I've tried to simplify it. So it's because I'm using multiple different timeframes, and I want essentially to see the interest of market participants from buying or selling side confirmed on multiple different timeframes from multiple different perspectives, from the higher to the middle to the lower, and I use different ways to confirm it. So the higher the time frame, the less of these things I have. And it's not the full system. The full one is 3 pages, but it's the main things that I would say I'm using. So the price action, the point of control, the volume note on the left side, on the bigger time frames. Then the smaller, the medium time frame, I use some confirmation. On the smaller one, I use many different confirmations that can suit for entries, for trade management, and for the trade exit. Now, it doesn't mean, obviously, that all of these things need to be present for me at once to take a trade. It means that at least 3 elements need to be present for taking a trade, and the more there are, the better the opportunity will be. So this is the most simplified version of mechanical aspect of my trading. Now, that being said, of course, when the moment I was feeling okay, I can relax with my trading system and I know what I'm doing, came after thousands of hours of staring at the charts. And I think the way, I believe if I look back at my trading experience and I look back at the trading journey of finding my approach that fits the way I think and see the market, for me personally, the experience came first and system that I'm using now came after. Because I've been trading for 9 years, the system with volumes I've been using for the past, I started learning this 5 years ago. So it was 2021 when I started learning this. Exactly. So it's been 5 years, whereas 4 years I've tried different other things. And I was profitable at times, losing at other times. And I felt like I'm trading swing trading and I could exactly determine the direction of the market, but I was missing the technical edge. And the first experience came first because I've spent so much time on charts that I just knew when is the likelihood of the price going up or down and from which zone. And that afterwards only I was able to find the technical edge that matched the way I see the market. So I believe it's both. But I believe that when you start trading, the fastest path and the easiest and the more efficient is to find the technical edge first that fits your needs. And then, of course, the more time you spend on the chart, the more time you analyze, the more time you look back and you see what works, what doesn't, classify your trades and so on, the faster you will get also this discretionary edge that you have. So I did it reversed, and it took me many years to find the system that I'm using now. I believe that you can do it faster if you focus on finding the technical edge first. I've tried many things until I found, something that suits me. But at the very moment right now, the way I trade is a mix. It's a mix of macros. It's a mix of which gives me the overall direction that I want to be looking at for this specific asset. Then it's a mix of technical mechanical edge, which gives me, specific zones within this direction that I picked. And then it's a discretionary edge which filters out the opportunities that I don't want to take, times that I don't want to trade, and sometimes exiting early or later depending on the situation. So it's some details that only come from the amount of hours staring at the screen.
I love what you've shared there, because you touched on something that connects deeply within my own journey. It's that the metaphor would be what came first, the chicken or the egg. So when we think about trading, often we say you just need a technical edge. But how does a trader develop a technical edge? Through experience. Like if we were trying to code an algorithm to trade a simple rules-based system, can a coder do that? Sure. But they need the trader's experience to be able to say, hey, this is what I've noticed in the market. When I see this rule, when I see this higher time frame filter criteria, I then do this. Much like yourself, I traded several systems in the first 3 years, and the system I've stuck to now consists of 3 core components. Okay, so everything I've built in 5 years consists of exactly these 3 principles. Each one on their own has a tiny edge, but when I bring them together, it creates, it's like sugar, flour, and eggs. It creates a cake. I don't know if that's how you make a cake, but that's how I would make a cake. So when it comes to a profitable system, I need to have these 3 components. And when they're present, I would move into what you've got in your second column. And that's when I say, okay, all 3 of these things are now present. But then I use my discretion of when do I apply this framework? So I can never act outside of my framework, but I use a little bit of discretion. And I love to swap the word discretion for experience. So I use a little bit of experience as to when to apply this framework. But that came after years of trading 100% mechanical. Hey, when I see these 3 components, props to you. If you can guess 2 of them in chat, I'll give you the third. But the idea was when I see these 3, I need to execute. It's a mechanical strategy, and I just want whatever result the strategy produces. And it was the same as what you were explaining in the first 4 years of your journey. I would win a bit, I would lose a bit, and I was like, how can I be right? And Will, I'm sure you'll relate to this. When you take an entry and you front run a level with a limit order, you get sometimes, not all the time, these perfect rejections where your order is filled by just a handful of pips and the market zooms off and you go, how can I not have edge? Look at how reliable this is. And there would be other times where the market would just absolutely hammer through the levels. So after a little bit of experience, I was able to say, you know what, this framework works. Now here's the magic in trading. If you're looking for the holy grail, this is what I found within my own trading. It works some of the time, but not all of the time. And what we can actually do is build our edge even better as a trader by developing that awareness through our experience of when do I apply my framework. And I think a really good starting point for traders is to have a 100% rules-based system, because in the beginning, you don't have that experience to know when to gently press the throttle or when to come back off it. So I feel like it's better to just have this consistent speed and just say, you know what, my system says go, I'm going to go, and I'm going to practice consistency. Maybe I have a 0.15 expectancy, maybe a 0.2. And over time, we can look to then build that expectancy up to maybe a 0.25 or a 0.3. Again, if anyone in chat knows their expectancy, I'll be super impressed, because we're now talking about the kind of deeper levels of knowing your numbers when it comes to your strike rate and stuff like that. But I want to challenge the idea that if you could do it again, you'd do it different. You need someone like you to say, this is a really good rules-based system, execute on it. And I feel like in many aspects earlier on in trading, most of us are just figuring it out for ourselves, trying to figure out, well, what does a good system look like? And it was only once you got those insights could you then say, this is my edge, now I know how to better it. I love the way that you broke that down, and it's super cool, because 10 traders could trade that, and as you said earlier, they would get very different results, because it's your experience that knows how to turn that into your refined version of your edge. I love that. That's a really nice cheat sheet you've got there.
It's 100% true, because looking backwards, I obviously learned this kind of things from someone in the beginning, right? I've learned it from my mentor first regarding the volume profile and order flow. Then I've applied it for myself. I found my tricks and twists to it, some things that work, some things I didn't like, some things I changed. And then I was teaching also people who were learning from me years later. So you have essentially 3 generations of traders applying the same, more or less same system, and you're gonna get completely different results and completely different approach. And some trades that I would take, my mentor wouldn't, he would take, I wouldn't, and the other way around. My students would, I wouldn't, I would, my students wouldn't, because of this experience but not also only experience, I believe, but also the way we see the market and the way our brain works. I do believe that it comes not only from the screen time, although, you know, we have a comment in the chat which I really like. The screen time is essential, and the more time you spend on the charts, the same with any skill, the more time you spend on refining the skill, the better you will become, of course, if you consciously do it and not just pressing the buy and sell button, of course, hoping to get the better results, right, one day, and doing exactly the same thing. So as long as we consciously train and apply and analyze, then it's going to get better with the time. Now, that being said, of course, it's not only, I believe, coming from experience, but from the way we think, the way our psychology works. For some people, it's easier to trade scalping, for some swing, for some intraday, for some one asset, for some another asset, because we see these things differently. You know, from the how we analyze the chart and so on. So it also comes from the personal aspects, I believe. So we need to find, even if we use the same exact system, we need to find the asset that worked the best for us. So I had this exercise with my students that we were back testing several different kind of assets and then finding the one that works the best. You know, they have a best win rate, they have a best potential targets, they have the best potential smallest stop losses, you know, the best results overall and so on. And funny enough, using exactly the same system, people would get completely different results on different assets, on different time frames, you know, and so on. Like compared to each other, you know, the same asset, same time frame, different results from different people. So
Yeah,
Okay, so hang on, mate. Hold on, because this applies heavily to you, mate. You're going to like this. So we've got a lot of traders in here that will be going through that pivot themselves. Okay, they're developing a system. Maybe they've been taught a system, or they're kind of getting profitable with that system. So, like, as you come through that, and we're going to have a lot of traders that are at this point and don't yet realize it. What was that turning point where you reached this stage where you said, you know what, that doubt is now gone? So what was the thing that had to happen? Was it, for an example, you passed a challenge account and you kept it for longer than a month? Was it you got 2 consecutive payouts in a row? Was it a personal figure? Obviously, we don't have to share, but maybe like a number. You know, if I can get this amount of payouts, I can consider myself successfully profitable with this system. Will and I have actually spoke about this in a little bit of detail. Obviously, we used to stream together for probably the last couple of years. We've had a lot of conversations around this. Will, what was that milestone where you said, you know what, that doubt has now started to fade and I've hit this benchmark? Was it a singular payout? Was it a duration of payout? Was it trading live? What was that unit of measurement where you said, I've got this?
Oh man, honestly, I feel like my answer changes every time you ask me this, because I feel like as I mature as a trader, my sort of outlook on what profitability is and what a successful trader is changes. But I think live trading helped me a lot because I was able to out loud speak and walk through my technical analysis, hold myself accountable. So I think that really helped me sort of define who I am as a trader. I was able to not only manifest it, but project it in front of people who are going to hold me accountable. And everyone in chat, that's exactly what you guys did. You know, you guys held me accountable. You were like, but Will, what about this? Will, what about that? And you guys forced me to justify my own trading to not only you guys, but to myself. And it allowed me to actually prevent myself from making stupid mistakes and doing stupid things in the markets. So I think that was a massive sort of milestone for me. Yes, the first payout was nice. That was a bit of a, well, you're profitable. See, proof you're being paid. So, I mean, as far as the, you know, logistically speaking, and as far as factually speaking, I was profitable because I'd actually had profits into my bank account. So, I mean, the literal terms was there. But for me, I don't know. I think it was a case of the fact that I was now doing it full time. To me, that was my end goal. It was the fact that I was able to do it full time, get paid, and actually enjoy my life to me, that's profitable trading. You know, I could have been in a 9-to-5 job earning $10,000 a month in payouts, and I wouldn't be as profitable in my mind as I would be if I was full-time doing it, earning $3,000 a month in payouts, you know, because to me, profitability and success in trading go hand in hand, but it also comes into lifestyle and freedom. So I think when I started actually outlooking on my journey and realizing that, wow, Will, you're sitting here in whatever country you feel like being in at that moment in time, going out for coffee, going out for dinners with your parents and with your family, with your friends, whatever that case may be. And I was able to do it all on my own back. And when I want to, that was a nice feeling. And to me, that was profitability in trading. Also, guys, just let you know, I've closed this trade out. One of you guys commented saying, sorry, I was like sort of semi-distracted during that because I was waiting for that sort of P&L move. I'll be dead honest. The reason for it was K4 PO14. Will, our trade is bullish. Midterm, we should be okay. What's your thoughts on the news? I like to be out of the news an hour. I like to be out of the trade an hour before news. It is, I don't know, you guys can see, bang on an hour before the news. And to me, I don't want to be in that trade any longer. I like when we're streaming with Rich, and I want to give Rich 100% of my attention when he asks me a question, because I love the psychological work we do. And the fact that we got high impact news being unemployment. I think it's unemployment claims. Unemployment claims coming out in an hour. Yes, it is. I want to be flat in the market. So I banked $400 to go with my 200 from yesterday. So that's $600 for the week. I'm done for the week now, and I'm happy that I'm out. You know, this could hit a full home run TP. Hopefully it does for you guys who are in it. For me, I don't necessarily care for it right now because like I just said, you know, I want to give the guys my attention when it comes to the psychology sessions on a Thursday. Plus, we got news out, and I don't like to be in it half an hour to an hour before.
Mate, thanks for sharing that. And that answer, we actually spoke about this in one of the Discord sessions, and we got 20 different answers on how someone would measure themselves at having that milestone moment. And your answer isn't the same as any of those other answers. And it just affirms that trading is such a unique thing. And we have this idea of at what level do we make it as a trader? Now, and I'm going to share with you just ever so quickly kind of a tiny milestone that I hit that was a huge moment, that was a breakthrough. And then I'd love to hear Anastasia's measurement of what was that moment when you were like, you know what, I can relax now. I'm where I want to be. Mentally breakthrough, like what was that target? So for me, I was actually trading a personal account, and I said to myself, if I can manage risk and withdraw just £10 and take that money into the bank and go and spend it on something and hold it in front of me, I have taken something out of the market. Now, obviously, I have a very different idea of what profitability means for me, but this was one tiny milestone that I set myself as a challenge, because what had been happening up until that point was on my personal account, I was a little bit wild. I was a little bit spicy. I was allowing myself to be a little bit reckless at times, and I wouldn't always manage risk as tightly as I should. Now, I was making a bit more than I was gaining, but the swings in the pullbacks sometimes would look a little bit frightening. It's the kind of thing that people would pay to queue up for on a roller coaster ride. But eventually, the equity curve would come up to a new height. And I looked at this and I was like, not going to lie, Rich, this is a pretty hard way of trying to make a career as a trader. Like when you're in floating drawdown, maybe you're adding to losses, maybe you're pulling your stop a bit wider, maybe you're holding on to trades that you know you shouldn't be in anymore, hoping to get lucky. I was like, eventually you're able to manage a small profit, but you can't leverage these returns because you're not predefining your risk. So I set a challenge to myself. I want you to predefine your risk before every single trade. And £10 is just an example. It's not the exact amount. But I set a challenge where I predefined my risk, and I needed to make multiples of that risk. So when we talk about the R value, it could be that Will risks $500 a trade. Maybe Anastasiia risks $500 a trade. That would be one R. So it would be one of what they're willing to risk. So if their trade goes terribly wrong, they're going to lose $500. The only time they lose a bit more is if they get slipped on a trade or extend their stop loss. Now, what we try and do as a trader is we mark ourselves on how many multiples of our risk can we make per month. So for an example, if Anastasiia got to the end of the month and she made $2,500, she would make 5 multiples of her risk and she would finish the month at 5R. 5R is a good month. Now, Will might get to the end of the month and only make $1,000. He's now made 2R. So what I was trying to do was see if I could make a multiple of my risk and then withdraw the whole amount as a profit. And what I noticed through this is my confidence soared. When I entered a trade and it headed towards the stop loss, I knew what I was willing to lose. I knew what I was willing to risk, and my job was just to accept that risk and allow that trade to connect with the stop loss at the level in which my analysis was wrong. And when I did that, my trading massively changed and leveled up because I knew that I could control and manage how my account now moved. I couldn't necessarily force it into profit, but I now had control over how bad the losses would get. And it would be a number of losses before my account would hit a critical point. So when we think about trading prop firms, if I trade 1% risk, I've got 10R of drawdown. That means I've got 10 losing trades in a row or consecutive losses that I'm able to look at and say, at this point, I will lose the account. And it was rather than just getting in and then letting a trade run against me and maybe hitting a daily loss or losing an account because I wasn't willing to close a trade. I found that when I was able to manage my risk and make profit, and the amount of times the market would wick me out and then go in my favor, it was, it felt very personal. But at that moment when I said, you know what, I'm a trader that can manage risk, I could then rely on the returns that I could make from the market. I could say I've now made 1 of what I was risking, 5 of what I was risking. And for context, my best month to date was 27 of what I was risking. Now, I'm a very, very low risk to reward trader. I don't go for 1 to 10s. I don't go for 1 to 5s. I typically go for 1 to 1s and 1 to 2s. But I also trade quite a high quantity of trades as well. And all the stars lined up. And in my 8 years of trading, there was 1 month that performed 26R. Now, there was also a month that performed negative 17R. So you've got to take the rough with the smooth. What was my average? Around about 7R a month. But I was able to forecast what would 7R look like based on knowing how much I could risk, what my strike rate was, all the rest of it. That was my breakthrough moment as a trader. So it wasn't anything about, say, hitting a big financial milestone. It was internal. It was managing risk and knowing that I could trust myself to deliver on my trading plan. That was the moment when my trading journey leveled up. Mentally, I hit a new confidence. And I was never able to hit that until I was able to predefine the risk and accept the stop losses. If I can take a good loss, I now give myself permission to take a good win. That was my milestone. But Anastasiia, I'd love to hear what was your unit of measurement that you had to hit before you said, hold my beer, I'm there.
That's a good question because, it goes back and forth. Being an entrepreneur and being a trader is like at 10,000 times per day. You go from, especially in the beginning, the first couple of years, you go from, I'm going to become a millionaire to I'm going to die under the fence somewhere completely broke and I'm going to let everyone down. And my life is going to end under the bridge. So I can confidently say that the first couple of years has been this kind of roller coaster. For me personally, especially being the person who used to evaluate herself based on the results. For me, it was extremely difficult to not attach, my self-value to the results. So trust me, the roller coaster was quite intense. Now, I believe that the first turning moment really was when I decided that this month, the first turning moment was when within 2 months I got 600K funded on funded accounts. So I got all the 6 different accounts with 100K basically. So I had 600K in total under my management. So that was the first time, I believe, when I was, consistently profitable. not the first time when I was consistently profitable, but the first time when this turned into the physical result that I could hold, and see and confirm that there were losses. So it wasn't just a bullish run, it was losses, it was profits, and I was able to manage it to get all this account funded, Now, that being said, unfortunately, I lost it, and I lost it not because of me, but because the war started in Ukraine and they closed my accounts because I had a Ukrainian passport. And all of the 600K fundings were on futures. So all the accounts got closed off until I was able to get my Spanish residency, and then I was able to reapply again. But obviously, no one gave me funded. I needed to pass it again. So that was the first moment when I said, I can do this. I can actually do this. I can get funded. I can get profitable. I can withdraw. I can actually get the money that I was aiming for from trading. Now, the second one, once when I got the specific milestone, I hit the specific milestone within a month, which I didn't expect at that month at all. The first time when I had 27K per month purely from trading. And when I withdrew these funds and I had this on my account, it was also from prop firm. I was also obviously did contribute to the feeling that, now as I hit this milestone that I set for myself years before, when I was just starting, then of course it contributed also to the confidence that my system is working, my approach is given the results, and I was able to actually, if I can do it once, I can do it again, because once again I think the big difference was that it wasn't just a bull run, it wasn't just me passing it, one like just buying something high risk and getting this profits, but it was actually losses and profits and drawdowns and getting back and consistent trading. So I think the way that I got both the funded and both this payout milestone that I was aiming for, the way to the result was something that changed my perspective and opinion about myself. Because I did get profits obviously before, and withdrawals and funded accounts, but a lot of the times it was being in the right place in the right time, right trade, and passing it. Whether it's different when you know that you had losses, you've been consistent, you followed your rules, and if you can do this once, you can repeat it once again afterwards. So I think those two things changed a lot, honestly, about my confidence in the system and also confidence in myself as a trader.
There's one thing in common that I'm noticing between all of our answers, and it is Will's was consistently and repping out, turning up on stream, trading a process. Anastasia, yours was building up your funding slowly, adding an account after account after account and stacking them and getting to a point where the payouts were becoming large enough. And the feedback was just like, you know what? I would be silly to doubt this. The evidence now is in my favor. I've done this so many times. And mine was, I have managed risks so well, so many times I can trust myself to follow my plan. And there's something to be said for consistency. And none of us in our answers have said, yeah, it was overnight. We just suddenly just rocked up, had this massive thing, and it was building up over time. So just quickly, I want to double back and touch on this. So to celebrate, you'll see it on the screen at the moment, to celebrate the 100K subscriber milestone that the Fivers has now hit, we are doing a massive giveaway on the 11th of March. So don't forget, nearly got it right. Don't forget to like, subscribe. Also quickly, before I fly off, we've got the coaching workshops in the Discord on the Thursday and the Friday. If you want to get a little bit more access to what we're doing with the performance coaching workshops, this starts in 3 hours from now. Now, I'm going to say a disclaimer. Last week, we maxed out Discord and we actually filled out the entire session, and new traders were not able to get access to it. So if you do want to be a part of the coaching workshops that we've got at 3:45 UK time today and 4:45 UK time tomorrow, just make sure that you get in there, you be fast. Hopefully we can operate on the staging platform and we can get a lot more traders in there as well. So if you've got any questions or anything that you want to go into in a little bit more detail, this is where we can give you a little bit more one-on-one support. And also, I'm probably not allowed to mention it fully, but you know what? Rules are designed to be broken. Next month, we will be releasing our performance coaching course. It is a fully comprehensive 3-module course that is going to take traders from the very, very earlier stages of their trading right to the deeper sides of mindset, self-regulation, accountability loops, how to manage yourself emotionally within trades as well. So we've got this dropping in March. If you haven't been to the Fivers website, go on there, check out the 10-year anniversary, and you will see all of the wonderful things we've got planned throughout this 2026 to make this the best and biggest year as we go on to celebrate past our 10-year milestone. Anastasiia, Will, it's been a pleasure to have me on. Thank you very much, and I will catch up with you all soon. Cheers.
It was a pleasure. Always. Thank you so much for being here.
Take care, man. Have a great one.
So how's it trading?
Say again, Anastasia.
You closed the XAUUSD buys? Or Euro?
Yes. Euro dollar and pound dollar. I closed the buys. So we had some interesting areas that I was looking at this morning. There was this area here of consolidation, this big area that I've circled here, and we also had this big imbalance area here. And I thought to myself, I was like, it's not the most structural on the 5-minute. I wouldn't mind this if this was the 15-minute, but it was the 5, which means that that's like the first leg. There's nothing stopping this from going like that.
Yeah.
So I would have liked an entry here for that. But I thought, you know what? It's worth the risk. It's the last trading day of the week for me. It's worth chucking like $200 risk at it. Yeah, I think. So I entered in, chased up to see how high we could go. We consolidated here, which was bang on where I didn't want it to consolidate. So I kind of thought to myself, you know what? Dim dioch, no thank you. I am a-okay with being out of this. I don't want to be in this trade now. And you know what? My discretionary stop loss was here. My hard stop loss was here. So in theory, if you take into consideration the discretionary stop loss, it was over. It was like a 2.5 to 1 risk reward ratio, which is pretty good. With the hard stop loss, had I walked away, it would have been a 0.5. So pros and cons to that side of the style of trading. Same goes with GU. GU actually had nicer price action than EU, given the fact that we'd consolidated beautifully, broken above, a little bit risky, but we broke above, got this beautiful break of this high here with this really bullish momentumous candle. As we continued up, fantastic price move, by the way. However, we tapped into this consolidation zone, and higher time frame imbalance zone. And I thought to myself, you know what? And we also had this imbalance here. All of them are a potential point of reversal, a PPOR, potential point of reversal. Patent pending. So I thought to myself, you know what? We've literally wicked up into there, came back down, hit a break even, came up, gapped here, and then just consolidated. I thought to myself, you know what? Sometimes you got to know when to walk away. You got to know when to take your chips off the table and walk away. And that's exactly what this was. If this hits a full TP now, so be it. My strategy was showing invalidation potential at current area. And if you remember what I said yesterday, guys, regarding, remembering how to analyze the trade post trade, like if you're in a sell, what happens under the entry, and if you're in a buy, what happens above the entry. Everyone cares about what happens here, and then everyone cares about what is up here, but everyone forgets to pay attention to all this here. Now, that is the whole reason why I exited the trade, was because of what was happening here. So that's my experience in the market kicking in. That's my my strategy and my 7 years of being addicted to these fantastic markets, saying, well, walk away and go enjoy your weekend.
And that's why you need this experience, because it brings you also a lot of peace. I like how you said if it's a full TP, it's fine, it's fine. You don't need to be having FOMO about it because you already took what you wanted to take from the market. You can walk away, you took your money, you're done, you can have your peace, you can go enjoy your life now. Whereas if you don't have this edge, you always feel like, okay, I could have taken a little bit more and a little bit more, and it never ends, and we all know where it leads, after all.
Yeah, exactly. It's and a lot of people say to me, "Well, why do you take out early? Why do you do this? Why do you do that?" And I say, "Look, it's market. I call it market experience. It's discretionary trading. It's as simple as that." But I don't like the word discretionary trading because it sounds very guessy, gamey. It's market experience. It's instinct, and a lot of people a lot of traders probably hate to use the word instinct, but I think after 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years in the market, even though they're super unpredictable, you start to understand patterns and you start to understand what happens in the markets. So therefore, instinct to a degree does kick in. And for me, I do rely on my instinct. My dad, I grew up with my dad telling me, trust your gut. If something doesn't feel right, there's a good chance it's not right. And I've never understood that properly until I was trading. And then I started thinking to myself, wow, you know what? My dad has a massive, massive point. If it doesn't feel right, and if there's confluence and there's, my instincts in trading saying, Will, there's something wrong here, I'll do a little bit of in-depth analysis on what is to the left of it and why am I not feeling this way? And there's a good chance I'll take out the trade and it'll either reverse or just consolidate, or it would have put more stress on me. Whereas now, I was just in a GU buy and I was up $200. I've now come to the market and pulled over $400 out of the market. Yep. So therefore, I was actually up double what I was when I was in my GU trade. However, I was risking a little bit more because I entered another trade and then I used my discretion. So I think we, as traders, we got to understand that we can use a bit of intuition and you need that market experience.
Yeah, I believe that. The same way that I closed my gold trade today, for example, the short one, and I walked away and it pulled up and I was just feeling, sometimes you just know, you feel like, okay, this is the time to walk away now, even if all the things in the world keep telling you it's you can still stay in this trade and you can try to take a little bit more. But just from your own experience, you know that it's time to pull out and just walk away. But again, it takes years of experience to afterwards, not only to walk away in the first place, but to just afterwards not go back and not start thinking, okay, I should have held it a little longer, this extra couple of dollars, that I could have taken and so on. It also takes experience.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to remember as a trader that, Anastasiia, you've been in the market a long time. You also acknowledge that experience is so super important in trading. I've been in the market, maybe not as long. I think I've been in the market about 7-8 years this year. I am also a big.
It's almost the same.
Yeah, it's a long time. Whatever it is.
It's been a long time.
What feels like too long sometimes. We're out here saying, discretion and experience does pay in trading. And a lot of new traders will come up to me and say, Will, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why are you using experience? Why are you saying experience? Why are you using discretion? And those traders are usually the traders that actually minus P&Ls. They're the unprofitable traders, because you start working out when the people who are profitable approach you and say, what's your game plan? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? They already understand why you've taken out. Like, you'll take out early, you'll take out late, you'll take out, you'll remove a TP and actually let it run due to experience. We all talk about closing early. There's cases where I've taken TPs off, deleted them, and just let the market run. And there's cases like Euro JPY. I did that. I ended up banking over $2,000 instead of 800, just because I saw the way the market was moving. I was like, screw this, I'm taking this TP off. I was like, I'm putting a roof on my potential here. What's going on? So and a lot of profitable traders will look at that and say, yeah, dude, I see why you've done that, or I see why you've taken. And then a lot of unprofitable traders will be like, mechanical. Oh, you shouldn't be doing that, and they'll start flapping about and getting angry at you for potentially doing something they wish they could do because they don't trust their own initial strategy to give them that experience. So it's one of those sort of loops that you need to go through the processes to gain that experience.
100%. I agree with you. So that's it for you for this week. You're not trading on Fridays. You never trade on Fridays, basically.
No, I don't trade on Friday. No. If it's a high risk, so I do have different accounts. I have high risk accounts. I have a 20K account with a firm that I don't really care too much for. I've had this account probably 2 years now, and it's just one of those accounts where like the equity curve is upwards, but at an extremely slow rate. Like you could probably put a spirit level on and you'd argue with someone that it's level,
Yeah.
and that account I'll probably trade on a Friday if I see a nice little setup, or if I see like this news coming up and I'm in a trade, I'll be like, I'll just hold it on that account because if it goes up, it goes up. If it goes down, it goes down. But as a rule, no, Mondays, Fridays, I don't like to trade them.
Interesting. I do trade, for example, Mondays. Mondays is usually one of my best days.
Nice.
So, but Fridays I actually also don't particularly like. So.
Yeah. No, I think especially that we're closing up the month this week. So tomorrow is actually the last day of February.
Yeah.
And I've gone from over 2% down after this week, banking over 400 today and 200 yesterday. So over $600 in the past 2 days. I've actually gone to 1.6% down instead of over 2% down just for February alone. So when you guys are down on your accounts, don't think it can't be made back. Like a lot of you guys will think, oh my God, I'm panicking. I need to make all this money back and I'm down 2% for the month, 4% for the year, whatever. It can be made back within a week, but don't force it to be this week. I think you're muted, Anastasiia.
I'm muted, yeah, because my dog keeps barking today. He's sometimes he has his days,
Oh yeah. Oh, my boy's awful for it. Like, so I don't know. Like when I'm in my home office in the UK, like I don't know if you guys can hear him barking sometimes, but he's got typical little dog syndrome, and he just does my head in. But I'll tell you what, right now I would do anything to hear that bark. Oh, I miss him so much.
I can imagine. Who is he staying with? Your parents?
He's with my parents. Yeah, they keep sending me photos, and I'm like, just stop sending me photos of him. I've had him since I was 15. Was it 14? It's 14 or 15. And he comes everywhere with me. He does absolutely everything, and I've left him now for what feels like 10 years. It's only been 2 months, or just over 2 months, and I do miss him.
I can imagine. Yeah, I've always tried to take this one as well everywhere with me, but they become a part of the family. If you're laughing at the day that he, it's like one time he barks, you take a buy; 2 times he barks, you take a sell.
You know how they have the chicken trading. I wonder if we can come up with like a dog strategy.
Dog strategy.
Oh my God. Just watching euro and pound pump at the moment, which is really nice to see. This is really, really nice to see, actually. So this is a nice entry criteria as well. So if we close this candle high instead of this wick, if we can close it nice and bullish, there's a potential entry criteria here for GU. EU, we've already got this consolidation and a beautiful close above. If we can pull back into this area, there's another potential buy opportunity. again, I'm not going to be in it because it's end of the week for me. I've taken what I want from the market. I'm just fine being out of it. I will forward test the remainder of the trade to see if it does go ahead and hit my full TP. If it does, brilliant. If it doesn't, even better because I've banked out money. So let me know if any of you guys are still in it. I'm seeing a couple of you guys commenting, Will, am I allowed to enter a trade if I risk 1% and I find another opportunity, another asset different from the one that's running? Absolutely. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, so feel free to enter as many trades as you can or want at 1%. But just bear in mind, you will have a maximum daily pause or a max daily drawdown limit of 5%. So don't over risk, don't over exaggerate how many. That's why I say when it comes to risk management, just be very careful when you are trading multiple pairs. So for me, I trade EU, GU, and gold, and then I'll trade the Nasdaq in the New York session, which isn't valid at the moment for me in living in Asia. So therefore, I've got to remember to divide my risk usually by 3. So if I'm trading EU, GU, and gold opportunities, so at the very beginning of the morning, I'll usually divide 1% by 3. However, if I'm looking at gold, I'm like, there's 0 valid setups right now, and I can't see an opportunity for me to be getting in anytime soon. However, I'm liking EU, not quite GU, but it could get there. Then I'll divide it by 2 and stay well clear of gold. However, I was looking at a potential gold. Even though I was in GU and wanting to enter in on EU, I took the decision to just absolutely mothball gold and stay away because I'd already hit what I want to be a max allocation when it comes to my risk for the day. So just bear that in mind, Anton, just saying that if you do want to risk 1% per trade, please remember if you're going to enter lots of trades, you are going to increase that risk potential. Oops, I am a mechanical trader.
Well, while you're going through the comments, I will unfortunately have to leave you.
No problem.
Jump off. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure always to stream with you. I'll see you next week back. Enjoy your weekend since you already finished with trading. And I'll see you.
Absolutely. I've done that. Weekend starts for me as of tomorrow morning.
Yeah, exactly. So enjoy it to the fullest. And guys, thank you so much. I'll see you next week back on the stream.
Amazing. Anastasia, thank you very much for joining. Have a fantastic rest of the day. Have a fantastic day tomorrow if you are trading it, and have a great weekend enjoying paddle.
Thank you so much. Thank you. See you back soon.
As I was saying, so ops, I am a mechanical trader. Best way to trade, in my opinion, is mechanical, 100%. If you are a discretionary trader, please make sure that you're a discretionary trader with a significant amount of experience and data backing up that discretion, and you've got a solid psychological mindset. However, unbiased trader, 100% man, mechanical trading is the way to go. K4Po14 saying, will ITP? Look at that pump. That pump was almost as beautiful as my chest pump in the gym. Joking, guys, but that pump up on EU and GU was absolutely fantastic. Really, really nice to see, although it has tapped into my higher area of interest and has rejected it. So that's interesting to see. But I think there's potential. I think this can continue a little bit higher, but we shall have to wait and see what happens. You have chemistry between you two. I have no idea who you're talking about. I have chemistry with all the hosts. We're absolutely sick. We all love each other. We're great. Thank you, Anastasiia from Theola. K4Po, Will is happily married. Tam indeed, my friend. I'm a happily married man. Louis, thank you, Anastasiia. So yeah, guys, if you're in any other trades, please do let me know if you want me to break anything down. We're getting a nice little pullback on gold. This is interesting. So we got this this high here. We've reacted off of it, and now we're having a bit of a pullback down here, which is which is interesting. Where could we be heading to? If we go up onto the higher time frame and just look at the 15-minute. Man, I don't know. I liked this area initially here, but then we just moved a little bit lower than I wanted. You know, we came down here, but bearishly as well. You know, like we really dropped. Oh, I don't know, but we reacted beautiful with that really nice 3-candle push up. Maybe if we can hold this area, nice rejection, lower time frame consolidation, and then something like that. That would be nice. Maybe then we'll be like Goldie blocks. Maybe maybe we'll be buying only. Oh man. Hopefully one day I will be a host. Dude, that would be sick, man. Let's at least get you on as a guest. That would be absolutely fantastic. Keep working, keep smashing out the trading. And dude, yeah, hopefully we can get you on as a guest one day. That would be absolutely fantastic. And who knows? Maybe you can come on as a host. Who knows? Gold view, absolutely. That is what we're looking at now. I should take a look at gold. Yo, Pedro, what's good, man?
What's up? What's up? What's up? Hello, everyone. Hi, Will. How are you?
Watch. Are there any retail traders who trade profitably for over 15 years? LJ's 13 years, I believe. Pedro, how long have you been in the markets for?
2012, 13, say maybe around 13 years.
About 13 years.
Yeah.
Anastasiia is about 10 years. Dirk, I think, has been in for about 15, 20 years, I believe. He's been in the markets.
Ooh.
Modest Mike. Oh, okay. Theola, good afternoon, Pedro. Louis, hello, Pedro. Modest Mike saying Goldie Blocks said he was in for 15 years. I've heard some good things about Goldilocks. It was great streaming with him earlier. What an awesome trader. Oh man, what's the news, Pedro? How's your week been treating you?
My week has been great. I've been a little bit away. I've been in Barcelona since last Friday. I just came back yesterday, so I've been kind of enjoying a little bit sunny weather. Something that you don't really see in the UK in these last few days. So I disconnected a bit with trading. I didn't really trade during this last few days. I came back yesterday, so I analyzed a little bit the market. I haven't seen much difference from 1 week ago. Maybe the US indices trying to move a little bit more to the upside, but in terms of the dollar and everything, it looks a bit steady. So yeah, we'll see. I think the market is more on a waiting period until maybe next week, we're going to have more news to actually move the market, because aside from that, not really much going on. There's indecision on the dollar. Yesterday we did have Nvidia, which was an interesting another positive earnings, and that may have moved a bit the market. Aside from that, we'll see. I'm waiting for the next big moves. I'm waiting.
Yeah, so we got unemployment out in 12 minutes, 22 minutes as well. So I think that's going to have something to say in the market. So I'm probably not going to be interested in the markets until then, or until after then. I've just taken out of EU and GU buys. What about the news, unemployment data? I don't know what the expectation is for unemployment claims. I can have a look. Okay, so the previous was 206, and okay, so it's looking to increase by 11k. So we're looking at 217 forecasted. So we'll just have to see what the actual comes out at. But we'll have to see what that looks like. But that is for the dollar as well, guys. If any of you are wondering what asset pair that is, or what currency pair that is out for. Is it good to put a buy on gold? I mean, follow your plan. I'll be honest. It's not the worst idea in the world, but it's not the best idea in the world. I personally wouldn't be interested in any trading right now until after the news. Maybe for some scalps. I mean, if you're jumping down to the 1 minute, then no. maybe some scalp sells. But I don't know. I mean, look, trade your plan, and then plan your trade, or plan your trade, then trade your plan. But honestly, I'd stay clear of gold for a bit, and I'd stay clear of all US affected pairs for about 20 minutes. I'm from India. I want to be a full-time trader. Any advice for me? Yeah, 100%, man. So best advice I can give you to becoming a full-time trader is don't rush being full-time. You'll become a lot more profitable of a trader if you don't rush the process and you actually enjoy the journey of being a trader. And what I mean by that, even now, so I went through 3 main stages, and it was full-time employment while learning, completely full-time, and now I'm a full-time trader with side hustles, with other incomes. So the best thing you can do, in my opinion, is find work that can pay for everything that you have, like all your expenditures, your bills, your lifestyle. Find work that can afford to do all that with as minimal hours as possible. And I know that sounds a bit odd, but what that allows you to do is it allows you to cover all your bills whilst giving a little bit more attention to trading. Now, I don't recommend this unless you're really focused hardcore on being a complete full-time trader, because it can be a big gamble. I mean, look, everything in life is a gamble, but this can be a big gamble that may or may not pay off. But you got to risk it for a biscuit, and that's what I'd be doing. And then I'd slowly edge myself away from that full-time work the minute I gain profitability. But instead of going full-time, which is what I did, and I took a hit on my trading, I'd come out of full-time trading, redirect, and push into weekend work. I got my door license where I became a bouncer. I was on the doors in the nightclubs where I would earn about $1,000 a month, just working Friday to Sunday and the odd Wednesday work. That would pay me over $1,000 a month, especially in the summer. And it would cover all my bills, and then it'd give me Monday to Friday to trade full time. So that I was able to, make work and trading work for me. So that's what I would advise that you do, is focus solely on what is going to pay you, your 9 to 5. Work on trading. The minute you get profitable, take out of your 9 to 5 and go straight into weekend work, and then work the both together. What about you, Pedro? What would your advice be to someone trying to become a full-time trader?
I like your advice, and I like the phases that you described. And in some part of my journey as well, it was a bit similar. I was kind of doing some part-time, maybe more in the evenings, or kind of that weekend. Basically, if you do want to eventually become a full-time trader, of course there's going to be times of the day that's maybe more focused on trading, or the best times, maybe London Open or US Open. So maybe don't want to be really working around that time. That's when then you mentioned weekends, because it doesn't really affect trading. In that regard, you can stay focused during the week and then just go do some part-time jobs over the weekend. And that way, kind of you at least to make a good sacrifice with the goal to become a full-time trader, with the main focus in trading. But it's really important to have that perspective and that reality of, okay, how much actually do I need to cover? What are your kind of outgoings in early stages? Like don't start spending too much during the month just because maybe you see others doing. You need to make sacrifices in the early stages if this is actually something that you want to do. Can be anything else that you want to do in life. So you always need to make sacrifices and to play the long term. And then, of course, you need to ask us also your question or the question: why do you actually want to become a complete full-time trader? Because sometimes that's maybe not even the best approach to take. Now, it would be interesting as well, that you could start working or find a job that is related to trading. At least it's always about the same thing, so your mind is not kind of split in different areas on too many concerns. So that could be also the other aspect to try to consider eventually when you to try to find a part-time job or something like that, or eventually even a full-time job, but is also related to trading. So it's everything within the same industry, and that can help as well. And then it's kind of play that game, the game of trading, replacing your income, your earning income from the other job. Then maybe try to make it twice as much from trading instead of the other job, and then eventually, okay, now you're actually earning so much more. Than now, if you want to transition completely, become full-time trader, then do it. So yeah, there is all those phases that everyone needs to do, planning ahead as well, and just go through it. Is sometimes for sure it's not going to take just a month or 3 months. Maybe it can be a couple of years until we go into all that cycle to achieve those levels. But it's interesting what you mentioned in regards to kind of getting a part-time jobs over the weekend and everything else, just with the focus on trading. But at the same time, we do have expenses that you need to cover, and sometimes, especially at the early stages, they are not covered by trading, at least not every month for sure. So we need to find other incomes to actually give us a peace of mind. Otherwise, it's too much stress to try to make money on every month with trading in the early stages. And we have a good example recently. Even Tiago sometimes, not Tiago, Rafa sometimes is also here watching us on the English live stream, but also in the Portuguese. He had a similar story. Like, I think he had been trading for 7 years. At some point, he was actually kind of just full time, learning a lot, just going through different challenges, not really having achieving the success that he wanted. Eventually, or 1 year ago or 6 months ago, he kind of went back to work, and now he's actually achieving the best success, the best results that he has ever achieved since he started trading. Because now he has a balanced life between what he's doing, the earning the money that he's earning from his own whatever job he's doing, plus the peace of mind to try to follow his strategy without pressure. And now he's getting funded accounts after fund accounts and getting payouts. That was a great lesson. Because again, the goal many times is to try to become full-time trader, but maybe sometimes is not exactly the best.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that, man. You know, it's not always a case of becoming a full-time trader straight away. Sometimes it's a matter of it's now more financially beneficial for me to become a full-time trader due to the fact that you've got other, commitments. None. Like I don't believe that someone should rely on trading to pay for their income, or not for their income, for their expenditure, because it sort of causes that sort of reliance on that income. Whereas if you use trading to subsidize your lifestyle, that's different. Trading should be able to pay for two things: lifestyle that you can live without, investment to create more wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two things trading should pay for, because trading is nothing but the idea of making money. That's all trading is. Trading, and that's why you find a lot of people come into trading with the idea that they want to become millionaires. No one wants to come in to trading because they want to help people. You become a doctor or a nurse or a paramedic if you want to help people. You don't become a trader. You become a trader because you want to get stinking rich. It's let's be honest, that is what it is. So therefore, the richest people who get into trading, or the people who become rich through trading, are those who realized that it's a tool, not a destination, not a target. And I think those who realize that understand that they have a job, and then trading pays for investments. The minute they leave their job is usually when their job takes up more of their time, which is financially more viable and beneficial elsewhere in other investment opportunities than it is wage slaving. However, you cannot get to this destination without trading. And I think that's what a lot of people need to understand about the trading markets.
I didn't even realize Raf was actually watching the live stream, but he's here, and this is a proof of
yeah.
what I just
No
said.
way. Yeah, there he is. Very true, Pedro. It was my best decision. There you go. Raphael's saying it right here, right now. The best thing he ever did was that.
Yeah, that's true. All right. So what else? So you mentioned that. So you're looking at euro today and the pound. Were you looking for longs? What have you been looking for?
I was looking for longs initially. I took out due to the fact that I just didn't want to be in the news, and we were having a good psychological session with Rich, and I just wanted to give that more attention. So I took out early. But the way that EU and GU is moving at the moment, damn, we're about to head up to some highs, which is part of the plan, I suppose. As part of my analysis, but didn't know if we were gonna quite make it as quickly as that. However, we got 10 minutes till news, so even if I was still in this trade, I would never have been in this trade because it's way too close to news. I probably would have taken out probably around here, which is only a couple of pips above where I took out anyway. So pretty happy with the decision I made. But yeah, it's looking really nice at the moment. Euro and pound. Yeah, look at that. So 7.5 R and 11.3 R with my discretionary TP. However, with my hard, stop loss, not TP. With my hard stop loss, it's about 3 R. And with my hard stop loss on GU, it's about 4 R. And I was risking about $200 on it. So
yeah, that's good. We may have a move to the upside on the euro and the pound. Maybe a move to the downside on the dollar. I'm still waiting a little bit more confirmation to look for that, and I'm looking more into the bigger picture, not so much into the next 5 minutes or 15 minutes. Because when I look at the pound, so basically almost throughout the month of February, I've been bearish. I've been looking for price to go down on the pound, and in my opinion, I think we reached a good level that can work as a level for price to start moving to the upside again. Basically, I call it as a target. If I'm looking kind of from all the way from this structure all the way to that high, we kind of start moving to downside. I didn't really rate it that much this low as the bottom. So I was still kind of trying to attempt to look for shorts until price eventually would get closer to somewhere around here, or then one of two things would happen: either price kind of respected as it happened, or eventually price will eventually break this level and potentially even continue to move further down. But this level where price is reacting is also even visible on the 4-hour, daily. So it's kind of a good demand zone, and price reacting the way it is and start breaking slightly in here new highs. Maybe we are going to try to attempt to go a little bit more to the upside. Maybe one level that is missing is now this most recent high, that we have in here. But price actually also respected this level just now. So if you start breaking above these highs again, I think then we can maybe try to aim to go back into these 137. If not, then start to go even higher again. So that's something I'll be paying attention. Which means that basically we can maybe actually have a little bit more of a bullish momentum here on the pound, depending how price actually reacts from this today's highs. When you're looking at the Euro Index, for example, as well, it's quite similar in terms of what we have been looking for. That I've been talking during these live streams. Basically, price filling all this range. Basically from these tops in here all the way now close to these lows. Price got there. I was actually looking just a little bit underneath where price reacted from, but within this level is still more than valid. And now price is actually starting to break away, or at least to the upside of these highs, which starts maybe opening the direction, the potential move to the upside in here on the Euro Index, which can also be a sign that maybe the Euro dollar wants to potentially go a little bit more to the upside as well. Now on the euro dollar, I have to admit I don't really rate this low as much as the low on the pound. So if the euro actually still wants to continue to go lower, I wouldn't be that surprised. I don't really consider this level nothing special for me. So I'm a bit more of 50-50 on the euro dollar at this point. Does he want to go higher? Okay, if he wants to go lower, I wouldn't be entirely surprised. Neither. It's kind of around this 50% from this low to this top. So whatever is going to happen here, it happens. I have no bias at this point on the euro dollar. But when you're looking at the dollar index, when looking at the dollar index, we did manage to take slightly a little bit more this top. I was looking for price to go a little bit higher. It didn't, and now it started to hold all these levels. So I think similar to the pound, I think we may need still to break this low to confirm that maybe the dollar wants to go a little bit higher. Basically, the pound would be to break these tops in here for price actually to then go a little bit more to the upside. And that's basically what I'm going to be paying attention. If we start breaking below this level, I think we then can go all the way maybe closer to this lows again on the dollar. If this keeps holding, then of course starting to look a little bit higher on the dollar. But that's more or less what I'm looking for. So there's a little bit of indecision at this point. That's when I mentioned that basically this week not really much happened because price just got stuck within this range since I left until I came back from Barcelona. So still a little bit more to wait and see what will happen. Now the yen index, that's the one that I'm going to be paying attention because we came back all the way to these lows, and from now I'm going to try to find reasons to buy if I do see the price action to do so. So I'll be paying attention. I already have a couple of alerts, at least one alert in here, and I want to try to see if there's going to be any aims to look for longs within this structure of these lows. Again, we did manage to slightly break this top, so maybe there can be a good reason potentially to continue to try to look for longs, which means potentially looking for shorts on the euro yen, on the yen, potentially CAD yen, Aus yen, or even dollar yen. So the yen pairs are going to be on my radar. If not today, maybe tomorrow or beginning of next week, to see how price may react away from this level. That's something that will be definitely paying attention now that we are back at these levels in here. That's a little bit of what I'm looking at. And then US indices will see as well price may react from the highs.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I like the look of that. So I've just seen as well. Raphael's saying getting payouts every 2 weeks on his 10k account. Lol, dude, that's awesome. That's absolutely fantastic, mate. Big congratulations to you. But this is super cool as well. William, I held my GU long and it crashed out at 200. I was so tempted to hold to my initial TP, but 200 is 200. That is the attitude, man. That's the winning attitude. So instead of being like, oh, I could have had $600, I could have had $400, I could have had $1,000. Be happy with what you do have and have conviction and confidence in what you have done. You've done it for a reason. Have confidence and be glad that you have done what you've done, because what that allows you to do is have peace within yourself and move on to the next one. The minute you start aggravating yourself and disturbing your inner peace, you end up having a chaotic brain and wanting to do things like FOMO, over risk, move outside your plan, just all negative stuff like that, and end up downward spiraling in your trading. So Raphael, absolute legend, man. What a top comment.
Got today's at tonight. What does it mean? So trades with CJ got today's at a 9 to 5 job to use our skills mentally to make that. I didn't get it.
2 days, 9 to 5 job. Use your skills mentally to make that. I don't know.
Okay. It continues. So it takes about 2 days to make $200 out of a 9 to 5 job.
Sorry. Yeah, dude, exactly. Let's assume that you have a 9 to 5 job and it takes you 2 days to make $200, and you've just made $200 in 3 hours. You'd have to work 8 hours for $100, Whereas now you've worked 3 hours to make $200, and that's actually you crashing out as well. That's you being like, damn man, I've taken a lot less than I wanted, and it's still more than what you would have earned, or as much as you would have potentially earned in 2 days of a 9 to 5 work. So yeah, man, look, rewire your brain, and you'll find a lot more peace.
Yeah, true.
Trades with CJ saying, "Oh, I'm using talk to text. It messed up." Dude, no problem.
Okay, so I think the news are out. Where are we? This is big. Okay, still pending. Not okay, 212. So it's again, it's still within the same range. Slightly higher than last week, slightly lower than the forecast. But again, these unemployment claims, as long as it is between 200, 220, 230, there's not really much volatility in the market, because that's kind of what's expected. Yeah, so there was not really much of a move. Let's take a look at gold. Because gold is an interesting one. I think I'm maybe a bit more bullish on gold, at least on the world time frame. I think I would like to see at least a new high being created on gold. This for me is kind of a good continuation pattern, but of course price needed to break again this top to actually continue to do so. So we did manage to, well, this could be almost as a lesson for a Quasimodo pattern behavior, because we did have this basically left shoulder, price went down, kind of create a head. Price never really created a new low in year, but usually around this left shoulder, there's always new opportunities to trade from, especially after the fake out. And it did reacted for me straight away as price created this fake out. Price came down, reacted for it, so it removed some of the orders already from there, and then accumulated more orders in here, and we start moving down. But we never really managed to break a relevant low, which could have been this one, and therefore price ended up breaking to the upside above these tops. With that move, what was left behind was actually that price left a beautiful demand zone exactly in alignment with that previous high in here. So you can even see in here is a great demand zone just before price spiked to the upside within this level. And crazy enough, that's actually eventually price that initially created these lows, never really came here. So we left this space behind. It went up. It actually managed to take this top here on the left slightly, but it took it, and now it came all the way back to finally react from the demand. It used these lows as fake out, and it reacted perfectly from that level. And then this left shoulder that now was fake out in the first place, it was a great level to look for a long after this low is created. So basically you have the low in here, price goes up, we have a good demand zone in here, price pausing here, comes all the way back, takes the liquidity from these lows, comes back up, and then you can use this lining here to look for a new order, which is basically that entry in there. And then the expectation, at least usually, price will just continue and create new highs, taking this top. At this point, that hasn't happened yet, because price actually left a nice supply level as well at around this level, and that's basically where price is bouncing. So price is bouncing from the supply to this demand, and now we'll see which direction actually gold wants to break. But now it's stuck within these two levels in here. I would like to see it going a little bit higher, because we didn't manage to take slightly this top, and maybe price could go a little bit higher, and it can actually be respected quite nicely at around this level. But now it's stuck in there. So we'll see what will happen. But you see this behavior, this pattern behavior in terms of continuation setups quite often. Yeah, you can just do your own research. You can see this, and it's tradable. It's definitely tradable. Different types of entries that you can find within this move in here.
Yeah, nice. Seen we got some people in the background? Are they? Oh, never mind. No, are they ready to come on? They are. I thought that was a bit of a shot in the dark. I heard the ping saying that people were coming in. I thought, oh wait, have I just called them and they're not ready?
You summoned them.
I summoned.
Guys,
Rubbed my G and the trading gurus came out.
Hello, hello. You rubbed the
Yo.
bottle.
What is good, guys? How we doing?
good. It's actually some function going on outside my street, so there is a lot of disturbance. I will mute myself time to time so that you guys don't get disturbed. So yeah.
Awesome
say
stuff, man.
disturbance. That sounds intriguing. Hopefully not civil disturbance or just
it is very disturbing. I feel like I should, you know, I should put a bomb inside or that van, whatever. They are banging some loud music. I don't know.
Someone asking, is it riots? Riots in the street, or are they just celebrating and it's very loud? Whatever it is, it's fine. We know that this is live trading, right? These things happen. Sometimes my internet goes away. Other times it's something else. Anyone can in here can say, has a similar experience like yourself, Samir. So rest assured, it's okay. Don't worry. We'll cover it. All right, Will,
Absolutely.
you were talking about, I know you are I know you as a very, humble gentleman. And that's the only Will I know. However, did you go over your TP that was hit? Or actually, it wasn't a TP. It was a end of the week target, which is not end of the week yet. So technically, by the definition of it, it's not reached yet. But between you and I, if the TP is hit, then it's hit, no matter what happens at the end of the week, right?
Absolutely. What? Yeah, it was super cool, man. Well, I mean, to me, technically, it's the end of the week. So my last trading day is on a Thursday. I don't trade on Fridays. So, I mean, if you think about it that way, technically, Victor, we were right.
It's I know it's so difficult to say those words. I know it takes a lot of effort and humility to summon and to muster up your courage to be able to express those words. But you got to do what you got to do, right?
Brother, it was hard, but sometimes just for clarity and transparency, we must be honest with ourselves and admit that we are right. And sometimes admission does sound like brag.
All right, while we are marinating in humility, Pedro, how are you doing?
Good, man. How are
I'll
you
tell
doing?
you what, I'm just going to interrupt real quick, guys. I'm gonna shoot off. I'm starving and I'm feeling really tired now. I can tell that the end of the week's coming. So I'm gonna love you all and leave you with these fantastic gentlemen just below. So guys, thank you very much. Guys, if you haven't already, please do give us a massive thumbs up on the video. Do subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It does mean a lot to us. We have hit over 100,000 subscribers, which is fantastic. Guys, 11th of March, we have got our celebration for the 100,000 subscribers. So, guys, thank you very much for joining. Every single one of you who hit TP today, congratulations. Every one of you who are in trades, good luck. And for everyone who has hit stop loss, there's more there. Do not FOMO. Do not go outside your plan. And stay humble in the markets. But for now, peace out. Have a fantastic weekend. And I shall see you all Monday morning. Take care, guys. Bye-bye now.
Thank you, Will.
Take care, Will. Bye-bye.
El mañana. We'll see you next time we meet again. Take care. All right.
How are you guys?
Yes. How is everything in Pedro land?
All good. All good. Still waiting for the market to provide some some guidance. Which direction does he want to go next? So that's basically what I'm going to be waiting for. The yen pairs are on my radar again. We'll see the US indices.
As usual.
Yeah, as usual. Price is back at an interesting level to potentially look for trades. In this case, longs on yen, so shorts on euro yen, dollar yen, and so on. Yeah, in terms of the dollar, I'm still waiting patiently to see if it gets to a better level. Same on the euro, pound. We'll see as well. Yeah, so it's been okay. It has been okay.
I see.
Yeah.
You're very.
What
You're
about you
very.
guys? I think I heard that you hit a great TP on euro dollar. Is that true? Kind of, was that some rumors?
No, yesterday we at the end of the stream. Actually, it wasn't the end of the stream. It was when when we came in. Samir was here as well, and Rich was here. Rich Butler, right? So we did a little prediction for the end of the week. Where because EU was kind of 50-50. That was the trigger for me to ask everyone for their prediction. It's not a random prediction. It's based on their analysis, but it's not like a signal or anything. It's just just pick a side. If you really had to right now pick a side, up or down, without using your analysis, but not taking into account stops or anything. And Will and I, we said we'll probably probably going to be higher, and we both quoted levels to 1.1820. I think I said 17, 19, something like that, and Will said between 19 and 20 or 20 and 30, something like that. But our TPs were hit. But I mean, it's just one. I mean, anyone can win a trade, or anyone can their TPs get hit. It's not a big thing. We just more jokingly talking and mocking each other a little bit.